And we're live. It's episode 71 of the Red Leaf Retrocast, titled Winter is Final. Ooh, spooky, spooky. Okay.
Winter over yet?
No, winter's just begun. Even though it's final for this podcast. Red Leaf Retrocast, I'm your host, JD. You are K. You are from the Big Egg Joshi Podcast.
And from the Big Egg Joshi Podcast. How you doing, man?
Oh, just ate a bunch of food. I'm ready to burp all over this thing.
Oh, that's some good audio then.
Oh god, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be the best audio you've ever heard for your earballs. Looking forward to talking about all of the wrestling that hopefully we can get through pretty quick, because a lot of it is just kind of a big match or building towards bigger shows, because January's coming. And we know the big shows happen in January. With the exception
January into December.
The exception of one promotion we'll get to. So let's just go through it here. We got All Japan Pro Wrestling. They had a match. Noah had a match. Seed Ling kind of had a match. Tokyo Joshi Pro had a show. AAW had Winter's Coming and the Fallout. You can look forward to my mom's thoughts. DDT ran basically their entire version of the G1 in the span of like a week, so that was cool.
It was a very interesting way of going about it.
Much smaller roster. Then we get in the Joshi War. We got Ice Ribbon. They had a couple little house show things. Stardom had some house shows. They're gearing up for the year-end climax. Happens every year in December to finish out their year. Get into the Puroresu War with Dragon Gate as we gear up for Final Gate, which takes place, I believe, next week. And then New Japan is gearing up for the Tokyo Dome, but they finished out their Super Juniors, Tag League, and a Super J Cup in the United States of America. Boy, do I have thoughts over those. Then we get into the retro section of the podcast, which features a lot of discussion over All Japan Women. We do, or at least I do, a big All Japan Pro Wrestling binge through 1990 to 93. And we go into New Japan's retro spring of 94 before the Best of the Super Juniors that happened in 94, which is very famous. So this is kind of the lead up to that. And of course, we finish out with Nitro K, our favorite show.
Our favorite.
January 25th, 1999, headlined by an El Dandy promo.
A very good El Dandy promo.
Yeah, maybe someone else said it, but we'll call it the El Dandy promo. So let's not waste any more time here. We got a lot to go through. Hopefully we can get through this pretty quickly, because we had a lot to say over the retro. Yes, that's already been recorded. So All Japan had their little Real World Tag League final, which they don't do like blocks or anything, and then the 2 block winners win that want to meet in a finals match on a separate day. They just have a final day, and the people with the most points wins. So not sure why they still do that. It's very archaic to this day. But lo and behold, on the Korakuen show, the 2 teams in the main events, or the main event was the winners would win the whole thing. So wouldn't you know?
Is this sort of how do they build it like how Stardom did their tag league this year, or is it very different? Where they just kind of everyone's in different blocks, but they face the other block until somebody has the most points, and they face. That's how it's done, right?
It's more just like a European Football League promotion, where it's just the team with the most points wins at the end. That's it.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Yeah, it's very archaic. It came down to Jake Lee and Koji Iwamoto, the junior champion, against Aoyagi and Kento Miyahara. My boy, my man, everyone's favorite. It was a good match. I put it in my top 50 tag matches of the year. It's definitely one of the better All Japan matches I've seen this year. It didn't have tomfuckery involved. I hate tomfuckery right now. Is something I definitely do not like. But it started off with Miyahara and Iwamoto going kind of head-to-head, which was really cool. They didn't make their junior champion look less than just because he's a junior heavyweight. There was a spot here that was really wild where Miyahara does a big blackout knee in the corner, and Iwamoto no-sells it and comes at him. I didn't really like that, because Miyahara is your big star player. It did get a good little pop from the crowd, so maybe it's just like me watching Ishii for the first time and I just didn't get it, right? Or like he hadn't grown on me yet. That's just a personal preference. That spot didn't have the same effect as it did for a lot of people out there. But the rest of the match was basically Jake Lee against Aoyagi. Aoyagi ends up pinning Jake Lee, which was kind of surprising to me. But then it later set up Aoyagi challenging for the Triple Crown title against Suwama in January. And they're challenging for the tag titles, him and Miyahara, against, you guessed it, Suwama and Ishikawa, Bookerman, or former Bookerman, depending on how you interpret the news that Tajiri has the book in All Japan, which is really funny to me.
Tajiri has the book? What? Why?
Yeah, I asked that as well, but something you probably want to talk about more of is the news that Suwama and company or at least they have the ambition to start a women's division in All Japan Pro Wrestling called Evolution, just to give it a little separate name. What did they do with that announcement, Kay? What happened?
So, I believe it was Suwama was trying to court one Tsukasa Fujimoto. At first, it was on Twitter back and forth. He said he was going to show up at their 12/12 show, December 12th show.
Yeah, which we'll get there,
Her telling him, no, you won't show up. I won't let you show up. I mean, they show up anyways. Kind of a bit of a spoiler for that. Bit of back and forth, but it was announced that Tsukasa Fujimoto would be a special advisor, meaning I believe she's just going to help overlook how the division's being built, or maybe some of the talent. I don't think she's training anybody. I'd imagine she wouldn't take time away from Ice Ribbon to train someone else's wrestlers. Them having this division and then Wrestle 0 trying to do the same thing brings up a very interesting discussion.
Like how you called it Wrestle 0.
I mean, that's what it's called, right? It's called Zero Wrestle, whatever. It's irrelevant.
Zero 1 has their like scummy thing going on, and then Wrestle 1 tried their scummy thing. The best speculation I can make out of it is maybe, perhaps, in like 3 years, if they want to fill out a card of Evolution, they involve Ice Ribbon wrestlers. That's the best speculation I could come up with.
I could see Ice Ribbon maybe having a match or two on a card, but I don't think it seems to me that at the very least at this moment they want as very little involvement as possible. Hence why it was very specific that it was Tsukasa,
right?
Ice Ribbon. They specified a few other times in like the press release after. It was very specifically when Tsukasa was asked if Ice Ribbon had any involvement. She said, no, it's just my own personal involvement.
Right.
I feel like Tsukasa probably sees it as this might not even work out, so why involve the promotion? Why take away from Ice Ribbon for something that I don't think is even going to work out? They're in Wrestle 0, whatever you want to call it. I don't think the women's divisions are going to work out. There's a history of this, of women's divisions and men's divisions being on the same promotion, not working out. And these ones seem like they're done for the sake of reactive. It is like a full-blown plan, like more reactive to Bushiroad buying Stardom, less of them having always planned this.
Right. Well, anyways, it was a good little tag match. I enjoyed it. It wasn't the best I've seen from at least tag wrestling this year, but it was a solid match nonetheless. I really wanted more Miyahara versus Iwamoto, personally, but they were kind of playing second fiddle. But Miyahara was the... I'm really into watching tag matches where the setup player, the guy who plays interference, like what his role is, when does he come in to play interference, when does he come in to do a double team move. I'm really noticing how important that role is and how much they add to the match. It's the Tsukasa role when it's best friends against Yoshiko and whomever. And Tsukasa's role is just so important and so good, and it just, if that role just doesn't work, the match kind of falls apart. Because then it's just 1v1 in the ring, and it's like, well, why are you doing a tag match then?
Right. I also like how on the Best Friends ones, they switch who does it depending on where they're wrestling. The wrestling at Seedling, it's Tsukasa that's always on the defense. and when they're nice ribbon, it's the other way around.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah, I do like that. I do like that. Yeah.
You want to highlight, and you'll find out in the All Japan breakdown. I watched a lot of tag matches where that was very important. Anyways, Noah Final Chronicle 2020, which happened on December 6th, they had a Match of the Year candidate, which I've added to the list, Kay. Now, I originally wasn't going to watch this, but then everybody was creaming their pants over this match. Because when I see a 51-minute, 44-second Noah main event, I'm like, dude, count me out.
Oh, I didn't watch this. I saw 50 minutes. I was like, no, that's a movie-length match. I'm all right.
Yeah. I'm like, I mean, Noah fans always tend to overblow the main events, like every year. I've seen Sugiura Shiozaki prior multiple times in main events. Never really work out. But I was just in the right mood to watch it. Everyone was raving about it. It wasn't just Noah fans, so I'm like, okay, we got something here. That's always the clue I go off of. Like every Puro podcast and every Puro site was just raving about this. And so there comes a time, Kay, when a match just has an aura about it in the ring. Okay? And the mood and environment and just the presence of the show hits right. You get a match like this. And I've spoken in the past where Shiozaki, in his first run, didn't work out so well. And actually, a lot of these Noah guys, like 8-10 years ago when they should have been pushed for the first time, didn't work out so well because of just one thing or another with the promotion. They're doing a Noah, to make it a verb. And Shiozaki's always had a problem connecting with the crowd. Right? Case in point, the 2018 match between, or 29, whatever it was, Sugiura versus Shiozaki when the title was on Sugiura this time around. Crowd just was not feeling that match. It was a good match, but nobody was feeling it, and it became a flat match. This one, because the crowd is a clap crowd, and they're in this arena where the echoes just added to the match so well, so there's a slow, brutal build behind the story of Shiozaki's arms falling off, Sugiura being the brute that he is, 50 years old at this point. Things just worked on a level of the environment that they were in. Because it hit me, I forget what minute it happens in, but there's a moment in this match where Shiozaki, the camera's pointing up diagonal style. You get a good view of the crowd, a good view of the arena, and Shiozaki rails back and just gives Sugiura an echoing, just disgusting chop. And you hear it just reverberate through the arena, and then the crowd's like, whoa. And it just has this feel to it that draws you in. That was like the specific moment where I went, this match works. So I did love this match. It didn't get the full 5 stars from me because there was one fatal flaw for my, I guess, particular fandom, where the Okada-Ibushi Wrestle Kingdom match had the same thing. And that was a lot of guys just falling to the ground and laying there. There was no struggle to your feet. They were just laying there. I guess you could call it filler time. And my mom said it best in her review of that match. They just hit a big move and then went to the ground. And they did it over and over again. In this one, it was the opposite, where they'd do a big hit/strike, and then they go to the ground. So, whereas the Ibushi-Okada match, I feel, didn't have the strikes to match the big move, this one didn't have the big move to match the strikes to lead to the down period. They were very much equal in my eyes, really, for the matches. And I can really say that because I actually rewatched that Ibushi-Okada match because everyone has it in such high regard. I'm like, am I just crazy on this? And I think when I was watching at the time and with my mom and she was just really shitting on it, took me out of the match. I did like it better the second time, but these two matches in particular are very similar to each other in how they hit me, how they feel, how big a match they are. Yeah, brutal slugfest. wish there was more story to it, like the Nakajima match that Kay you just watched. And I guess we'll see what Shiozaki has in store as he prepares for Keiji Muto at Budokan.
Yeah, that's puzzling. Like, I don't get that at all. Like, if he loses to Keiji Muto in 2021 or 2020, whenever this match is supposed to happen, what was the point of his run then? He loses to an old guy who I'd imagine, I haven't seen him work, but I can imagine he can barely do half the stuff he used to do. I don't think he's running down the ramp.
Running is something of a word I would not use to describe Keiji Muto in 2020. He's not flying down the ramp like we're watching him do in 1994.
Oh, I don't expect him to. I expect him to maybe get in a wheelchair and do that. But I'm just like, I don't get that. And it brings the comparison. Like, I think we've compared it before. I don't know if it's been on here and elsewhere. Noah and Sendai Girls. And it's like they get all this giant buzz about these great matches, and then they just drop the ball at the end of it all. Kind of lose their relevancy until next year.
Yeah, I mean, the story, I guess, is because if you remember, Keiji Muto beat the big young ace prior in the year, sets him up for this match. The story is Muto beats the big champion, and then the young ace beats the guy that, the big veteran, and gets the rub, and I'm like, how much in 2020 and 2021 does beating Keiji Muto mean? Right? How much does that actually help anyone? And
is he treated like Aja Kong? If he's treated like Aja Kong, then sure. But if he's not, then no.
No. Like, I was looking all over the Twitter, a very reputable place for your wrestling news and the whatnots and the rumblings.
The rumblings.
There was some really good, like, meme style pictures of, God damn it, 5-star match, fucking Go Shiozaki, he overcomes it again, and then the next picture is Keiji Muto walking out, sauntering, and it's just, get the fuck out of here.
Get out of here, old man. What you doing here?
Go away. I was laughing. So, yeah, if why can't you just have the young ace beat the big long-standing champion that finally came to his defining run of his career? Like, call me crazy, but that comes across as a bigger deal in a bigger money match than the fucking Great Muta in 2021.
That's just so bad.
Maybe I'm crazy.
I don't think you're crazy. I think they're crazy.
So, Seedling, they had a tag title match that we won't be able to see, it seems. They threw up a fucking 3-minute video on YouTube, just super clipped. It is the best friends defending the tag titles against Yoshiko and WWE Countdown Sari. What sucks is this looks like this match was really good.
Yeah, from what little we're able to see of the highlight reel, the super clipped highlight reel, it looked amazing. Like, it looked like some of the best matches, like one of the best matches Sari's been in all year.
Yeah, she looked motivated because she was winning something.
Right. And I could sit here and tell you that I don't like them winning the belts, and I don't. But I think the bigger discussion is, God damn it, Seedling, what are you doing? This is the second best friends tag title match that they've had that has not gone on Nico Pro, but instead has gotten super clipped on the YouTube channel. Now, granted, the last one was like 20 minutes, so it wasn't as bad. This one's awful. I don't get it. I literally don't understand. You have Nico Pro right there. You've utilized it all year. I don't get why you can't do it now. What? This is a big title match. I don't know why they didn't do it.
Yeah, and it's not just that. What you see on YouTube is this match with a single camera ringside, a hard cam that is just super far away. Seemed like it was hardly used as well. And then after the match, it looks like Ryo Mizunami challenges for the belts. And then I looked at this card. She lost earlier on the show to Asuka's team. Her and Makoto.
Not only that.
I'm really baffled.
Not only that, but she just had a tag title match with the best friends, and she lost that one.
Yeah. So There's some questions going on here in
I
Seedling.
have a lot of questions, and Nanai is apparently back on the 23rd, and so
Ooh. December 23rd, you say?
December 23rd, apparently.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Is Yoshiko defending the title to one Nene on December 23rd, or are we waiting until January for like a 6th or 7th or whatever anniversary show?
I think we'll wait till January. I don't think they're gonna make her first match back. I'd hope she wouldn't book her first match back being a title match. Damn it, that would be stupid. But with this tag, with the way these tag belts have been booked all year, right, minus the earlier parts of the year, but I'm talking the back half of this year with the best friends holding them. Which, mind you, you think with the best friends holding them, you would be booking them better and having them hold the belts a little longer than just one defense. I don't have high hopes now. I've said before that some things that I have said, and she even said at the show when she announced her return, that she wants to focus on lifting up her rookies. This is the first time Seedling has had rookies, right?
In 5 years.
right. Riku Kaiju and Mari and I'm blanking on her name. Honori Hana, yeah, are their first rookies, and she wants to focus on building them up, and that's nice. That's a good idea. I'm really hoping, fingers crossed, that she doesn't decide, hey, you know what's good for me? Another freaking title run.
I'm not holding my breath on that one.
At this point, Yoshiko is your ace. You're keeping the damn belt on her. She's the only thing keeping your company relevant. She's in the spotlight. She's on news programs. She's got a cookbook, for fuck's sake. You're keeping the belt. You're keeping the belt on her. Not only that, but just aside from that publicity she gets, she's also your protege. Put your damn protege over and do it the right way, Nanai. Don't be Mako and do it and then like make sure the spotlight's still on you while your protege is supposed to be the one that's past you and doesn't feel like it. And don't be like Ozaki. Don't be like Chigusa in the 90s. Put over Yoshiko. If she doesn't put Yoshiko over, I'm not watching Seedling anymore. And I can't be behind Nanai Takahashi in 2021 and what probably was this going to happen, winning the belt off of Yoshiko, who is at this point at the peak of her career. It is the most relevant she has ever been, and has made Seedling the most relevant it has ever been. And for her to throw that away, nah, they don't deserve to be on attention if they do that.
But Kay, you are a man that knows his history of the Joshi wrestling scene. Please,
I do.
Please don't fool me in thinking that you don't have your doubts that Nene will put herself over.
Well, I have my doubts. My doubts are not... Let me put it this way. I have my doubts. I do. I very much do. And I rightfully so having my doubts, by the way. I think as history shows, those doubts are very well warranted. Especially with Nanai, of all people.
But it'll be a good match, says the people on the interwebs.
I don't care if it's a 5-star match. It goes to 0 stars if Nanai wins, because Nanai doesn't need to be holding the belt over Yoshiko at this point in her career. And at this point, Yoshiko's good. Yoshiko's like 27. No,
I could see a fun story built up where Nene has to kind of not just start over, but works her way up the ladder. Maybe eventually take it off Yoshiko, like maybe a year from now. 8 months, whatever. Give Yoshiko a good long run. Hell, have Nene lose in January, and then she's got to work up from there. That's a good story. I'd be down for that. I don't mind another Nene run in Seedling. That's not the problem. It's the problem if she comes back from injury and then just immediately wins. Gives off a bad flavor in your mouth when they do things like that.
My problem would be, I don't think Nanai should be holding the belt at all. She's had her run with the belt. I think it's the best. I mean, they don't have a deep roster, so the only argument.
That's the other thing. Who else is there? You got Ari. So I know you could build up Takase. That's another story in itself. But you know what I'm saying here. You have the option. You have the option to utilize Nene better. But
you use Asuka. They book her on every show. Sure, she's an outsider, but they book her on every show. It'd be kind of like putting the belt on, I guess at this point, Natsu Samire. Not anymore, I guess, but where she's at every show, so it's not like it's hurting anything. But Asuka's also young. And hey, who knows? Maybe if you get enough relevancy, enough money behind you, and entertainment behind, like energy behind you, you can sign Asuka. Who would have thought that?
Yeah. No.
Maybe instead of having
I think
4
you're crazy.
people on your maybe instead of having like 4 or 5 people on your roster, you could have 6.
Working to double digits. I like the way you think. Well, let's talk about a fun promotion as I play Maki Ito. How about that?
Sure, I'm down for that.
Is that better? I think that's better.
That's better.
世界一可愛いのは伊藤ちゃん本当の愛を探すんだ
All right. So Kamiyu had a successful little title defense against Mahiro, right?
He did. It was a good match from both of them.
It was fun.
I was very impressed.
It was a nice little defense, nice and solid. I didn't mind it, and they became a little tag team. Seems like they're going to be gunning for the tag titles as well.
I don't expect them to win the tag belts, but
Well,
I do.
no, but I like the idea of them teaming up and doing their thing.
All right, well, they were supposed to team up, I think, prior for the tag belts before Kamiyu hurt her pinky, I think it was, her pinky, like falling down in her house or something. Which to me that's the funniest story, especially if you look at how much like a model and stuff like Kamiyu is. Just the thought of her breaking her pinky, oh, I broke a nail, I can't do the match. It's the first thing that comes to mind. I think the tag match will be great. Mahiro has impressed me throughout her year. She's still a rookie, by the way, for most of you that don't know. And she's very good.
Oh, that's right, she is. My God,
yeah.
Tokyo Joshi Pro.
Yeah, her, Mirai,
big kudos in 2020.
Right, her, Mirai, and Suzume all came around the same time. Well, Unagi was, I think, in the same-ish class. Her and Neko Haruna. But it says something that they have 2 wrestlers, which they've wrestlers without a whole lot of character stuff, which is sort of what they play on normally in TJPW. And I like that. It's refreshing. It makes it more than just Miyu at the top being the wrestler type with no character or no bombastic character added to her. And then obviously Suzume is big star. She's going to get pushed hard. But Kamiyu is also, I don't know how old Kamiyu is. I haven't looked, but they're seeming to want to push her a bit too now. Her obviously having an international belt.
She's incredibly marketable.
Matches like this make me feel like they made the right decision. Not only was she able to carry a good match with a rookie, but the match itself did not fall apart at any point, and she looked great in the match. All of her moves have impact. Her big boots are brutal looking. She just shoves their face with her into her boot and just kicks them off. Her legs are so long she can extend them and shove people off. That's absurd. I love it.
It's a good position for her to be in. I don't mind her having the title. It's definitely a breath of fresh air in the division, the promotion as a whole. While you can gear up, basically the people that are above them, you can gear up Hikari Noah to maybe take her on again. That'd be cool. But yeah, the top of the card is looking very strong with whom they look like they're gonna push. And I want to bring up a match that happened. It was from December 12th. It was the Magical Sugar Rabbits. They're back as a team. They took on the team of Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi, the White Dragon and the Jumping Bomb, terrible wannabe Crush Gal.
I like how you're giving her props by calling her a Jumping Bomb Crush Gal.
Well, she's doing all
taking the high road.
Yeah, she's doing all these things to rip off famous. Anyways. Yeah, this went to a 20-minute draw. I think that they should have had Rika pin Mizuki, but I guess I understand. Don't see a lot of draws in Tokyo Joshi Pro, so I immediately kind of rescinded my feelings on that. I would have definitely preferred Rika to get a pin, make her look super strong heading into the title match coming up in January. I thought Yuka and Rika here were actively engaging throughout the entire match. I felt engaged as well. I thought it did the title match, I guess, well in terms of what they were going for, because Rika did in fact, and I'm not the biggest Rika Tatsumi fan, but she is showing an edge to her ever since she lost the tag titles with Miyu. And there's a part of me that thinks, yeah, why not put the title on her? Why not have Rika beat Yuka? that would make a huge star. Mizuki's already popular. She doesn't need the title, so that made sense for Wrestle Princess. And you could always build up an even bigger match later down the line with Mizuki versus anybody, basically. But Rika getting a big win, I can see it happening, and I think that would also open up people lower than Yuka and Miyu and Shoko to also kind of level up their game and beat Rika. So what do you think, Kay?
So I enjoyed this tag match. Like you said, they don't do draws very often. I can't even remember the last time they did a draw in the 2.5 years I've been watching TJPW.
Yeah, I can't
and
think of
going
one
backwards
either.
and watching stuff. I couldn't think of any draws. So it's not. I couldn't get mad because it's not like they do it very often. Even though I'm on record saying I hate time draws, especially this year. I thank Stardom for that, by the way.
We've seen a lot of them since July in Joshi.
Yeah, Stardom and Seedling have been the worst with this. But back to this good match, this good time draw. I like Yuka as champion. I still think she's had a great run, just hit another level. I think Rika's winning. I don't know if it's the right decision right now. Yuka just feels like she's on such a different level. But at the same time, who else do you have? It's kind of run through everybody.
Well, you say that, but she really hasn't. When you look at her defensive, when you look at her defensives, she beat Miyu for the title.
Oh, she beat Shoko for the title.
She beat Shoko for the title. She beat Miyu in January. And then she beat Mizuki. I think there was a defense in between
Yuki
there.
Aino.
Yuki Aino, that was the one. Yeah, quite like that. It was pretty good. So there's still a lot of people she could face. She hasn't gone through everybody. My train of thought is she doesn't have to. Rika could have that honor of beating a Maki Ito, beating a Hikari Noa, getting those people to level up, and then you can, maybe she even beats Shoko or somebody. And then you can have, I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you can have Miyu then win, and she levels up by winning the title. See where I'm going for here?
All right, I was about to transition into that. So Yuka's gone through pretty much the bigger names, at least at this point, right?
Right.
And she's at a point now where if you put Ito in front of her, it's not believable for Ito to win, so you immediately write it off. Stuff like that. And so I think because she's on such a different level, it only makes sense to take the belt off of her. It's kind of like Miyu Yamashita's run, except Miyu Yamashita literally went through everybody, and I think some of them doubled over.
Yeah, there does come a point when it's like, when you have a champion so dominant, you would have to have a crazy competitive challenger for you the viewer to even buy the loss, right? And that becomes a problem in itself. That's something we saw with the Okada run in New Japan, where it was so long, where it took going back to Kenny Omega. Well, I'm getting off topic there, but you get the idea I'm going for. I say Rika should win. I say Rika pulls off the upset.
I have her pegged.
Yeah. So we're both on the same page there.
She's my pick to win. I think it'll be big for her. Now, my only concern is can she be consistent? Because she's been very inconsistent since coming back. She's had some good matches. She just has some very underwhelming performances. I really want her to be consistent because I think she's actually really good. Much like I want Shoko to have another run because poor Shoko it didn't seem like she was ready. Like she was just too nervous and was constantly messing up. I think Rika could be a good middle champion. And I can see her dropping the belt to Shoko, but I can also see her dropping the belt to Maki Ito, depending on if they decide to, actually build up Maki Ito and make her win something finally.
I mean, Maki Ito's a former international champion, to be fair.
Sure, but I feel like she's leveled up to the point where she should be fighting for the princess belt and not the international belt.
I agree with that.
But if she would disagree and says she wants to be known throughout the world, therefore she has to hold the international belt, she needs to be going after big prizes. Small prizes.
Would be fun. Well, anyways, Tokyo Joshi Pro just knocked it out of the park. I think it goes without saying, TJPW beat Seedling and our little war we got going on. So there's that.
Oh, no contest. Seedling didn't even have a show, so screw that.
Oh, they had a show. They just decided not to show us.
The show didn't exist, as far as I'm concerned.
I think they've had another show that they still haven't shown us. We're just missing out on everything.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on with them
Or
right
they
now.
could put on shitty shows like Diana does.
I mean, you're not wrong. Though I hear that Diana's show with Starlight Kid on it wasn't half bad. Though I kind of just want to watch the Starlight Kid Haruka match. And
Look,
none
man,
of the rest
Diana
of my
has taught me if there isn't no selling veterans and tasers involved, why are we even here?
And there's Madeline. Madeline's great.
Yeah, she's
I like
great. She
Madeline.
can lose to the veterans that won't sell.
Right, she'll lose to Yumika Hota, and we'll all be like, "What? Why? We're 2020. Yumika Hota's still beating rookies."
I'm glad you agree, Kay. All right,
Fine,
let's get on.
alright.
Let's get on to my mom with AEW. Winter is coming, and listen to her upset Moxley lost.
The one-winged angel screams. It fuels my hopes and dreams. The best ever.
Alrighty, Mom.
Woohoo!
We're back for some more AEW Dynamite.
For the
2
big shoe.
crazy fucking weeks that
Ooh,
they have been for
crazy
AEW.
fucking weeks? Well, that's pretty serious.
CFW. Crazy fucking weeks.
Well, I've only got one of the two, so
And
let's
it's not
get at it.
and it's not a belt like the FTW title. Your favorite belt, I hear.
Thank God. Stupid.
So I got some numbers here that I think you'll be interested to hear.
Numbers? What
So-
kind of numbers?
On this episode, we're doing the December 2nd Winter is Coming special. Love the name, by the
See?
way.
It's a dark winter.
And the December 9th show, the follow-up to Winter is Coming. Mom, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you know what Winter is Coming is in reference to?
Winter is coming. No, I don't.
Have you heard of Game of Thrones?
Well, sorry, I've never watched it.
But you've heard of it.
Of course.
Yes, it's like the catchphrase of the show.
I see.
Yeah.
Ah.
The winter is coming, and it came, and I think for a lot of AEW fans, they need to change their pants. Ha 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 ha. No?
Ha ha ha. No.
No. All right. So these are the numbers I think you are going to find a bit fascinating, Mom.
Okay. I'm
So
ready to be fascinated.
I'm going to start with the in-ring minutes here, okay? The
In-ring
past
minutes,
2
okay.
weeks of Monday Night Raw consisted of 56 minutes in-ring wrestling and 59. NXT consisted of 45 minutes and 46 minutes. AEW went 72 minutes for Winter is
Holy
Coming
moly.
and 46 minutes the week that followed. So very consistent across the board for all 3 shows. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
The exception, of course, being the Winter is Special. Well, special. Winter is Special.
I can't wait for winter. I can whoosh down the ski slopes.
The ratings numbers,
Yes.
Raw has 1.6
Yes.
million viewers both weeks. NXT had 650,000 viewers both weeks. AEW, as if you remember, was kind of, they had Thanksgiving, it got to the 700s. The week before that, it was 800 something. For Winter is Coming, they pulled in 913,000 viewers and a 0.42 in the 18 to 49 demo.
Wow.
What's interesting about those numbers there is the over 50 was actually lower. And they increased viewership a lot from the Thanksgiving week, right? And even if you want to take out Thanksgiving, the week before that, it was across the board numbers, especially in women that were up. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The week,
How would they know that?
Oh, it's Nielsen. It's Nielsen ratings. And Nielsen actually just came out that they're going to be like upgrading how they get all these numbers and incorporate streaming products better, etc., etc. So the week that followed, a lot of people are wondering, could AEW maintain the audience or even grow it, or will it decrease? You don't know because of everything that happened with the big buildup of the big Moxley Omega match. Some surprises happened. Big angle to end the show. What was going to be the fallout? Would a lot of people go back to watching NXT on Wednesday nights? Are people just not into it? Well, the next week, that's December 9th, 995,000 viewers on average. So there were a lot of points during the show where it was an average of 1 million viewers for AEW.
Wow.
The people are into it. The people have spoken. And the fact that NXT stayed the same, as well as Raw, you can kind of throw them in there, means this is new viewers. And again, the over 50 didn't grow. It was all the other demos, and they even got a 0.46 in the 18 to 49 demo. Why is this interesting? Well, I did a little just kind of basic research, and when Nitro and Raw in the Monday Night Wars were going head-to-head, and they're in their little blood thing, the gap in viewership between the young audience Raw was pulling in back in the 90s to the total viewership and the older audience WCW was pulling in wasn't that much different than what's going on now. And the common theme back then was WCW was driving away their audience and only the old people were watching, and Raw was bringing in the younger viewers, and they were on the rise, and it didn't take long before the gap closed and the audience flipped. Winter is coming? Yes, indeed. I thought that was very interesting, and the growing audience, and female viewers especially, is incredibly interesting. That is something we can note because there is also an online kind of movement for, AEW treats their women terribly, put them on TV more. Well, they're growing a women audience, so it certainly isn't the women's wrestling that they've come to see. What a shocker. Women also like good wrestling. They don't care if it's male or female.
Does that sound familiar?
So
that's what I've been saying all along.
Exactly. And for those that aren't aware, in Japan, where women's wrestling is, in my opinion, way better, they also have a hard time getting a women's audience to grow. And they used to do that in the 80s very well. And it's always something wrestling companies are trying to grow. And for all the women's wrestling out there, it's not easy to get women into wrestling compared to men. Just apples to apples there, for all intents purposes. So I find these numbers incredibly interesting and intriguing to see how they fluctuate over the coming weeks. And if next week we see them even maintain a certain level of this audience, they could even decrease a little bit, that's a very good sign for what's to come in 2021. I just wanted to get all that out there. What say you, mother? Did I lose you? Uh-oh. Think I lost her. She's typing something right now into Messenger. Just died. What does that mean? What does just died mean? Your mic? Alright. Stand by. Alright, Mom, got you back. Now you're on the phone.
Now I'm on the phone. Technology.
Well, you still sound pretty okay. Not as good as the microphone, but your computer died. Not you died.
I don't know. I died.
That's what I was like, what does that mean? So anyways, I guess we'll skip your thoughts to what I said. I don't know what was the last thing you heard me say.
I don't know. I was like, oh my God, God, the sound that came out was horrible.
Well,
It was really bad.
let's get into Winter is Coming. We start off with the Dynamite Diamond Battle Royal, in which essentially MJF is defending his ring that he won the year prior. A lot of people in the match. There's a lot of stories involving a lot of wrestlers within it. Miro ran wild. Paige was saved by the Dark Order at one point. Matt Hardy had some eliminations involving Private Party. You get the idea. It comes down to Wardlow, Sammy Guevara, MJF, and Orange Cassidy, in which MJF eliminates, I think it was Seidel and Guevara at the same time. And, of course, that spurs on an argument. Miro had previously killed Orange Cassidy on the outside. Miro gets gained up. He's thrown out. And Wardlow sees Cassidy on the outside. They come in. They have a little scuffle. And basically, the last two come down to MJF and Orange Cassidy. I enjoyed this battle royal. It was very fun.
I did too, actually. Did you hear my computer? It finally rebooted. I did. A lot of royals or rumbles and things like that kind of distract me because there's so much going on and you can't watch it all. So this just was really entertaining, and I didn't feel rushed or things didn't feel so chaotic. I mean, of course it was chaotic, but not to the severity that I felt like, oh my God, I can't watch everything at once, or it's making me crazy.
Right.
But I did my favorite one that I had to write down was I loved Silver on Paige when he was riding Paige like a horse. that had to be the funniest freaking thing. I could watch that over and over again. That was so funny. Because Silver is such a little shit anyways, and then he's on top of Paige riding him like a horse. It was just so appropriate because Paige, coming in with the horse and all that. So I love it. I love that part. That was
full disclosure. You have not seen the December 9th show, so you will be hearing a lot of these things for the first time.
Okay.
Alrighty. Jericho defeats Kazarian. There was a lot of inner circle shenanigans there, arguing, and then at the end of the match, after Jericho wins, inner circle ultimatum.
Kazarian should have won that. Kazarian should have won that match.
I'm okay with how it went down. It was fine. It was a lot to take in.
It was an okay match, but I just I would have liked to seen Kazarian win that one because it was a good match.
Britt Baker defeats Layla Hirsch, in which Thunder Rosa jumps her after the match. So the Baker Thunder Rosa thing continues. I'm fine with that. The match itself wasn't very good.
All I got out of that was
yeah. Cody Rhodes and Darby Allin defeat the Team Taz team of Powerhouse Hobbs. Love the name, by the way. Powerhouse Hobbs. Good old school type name. And Ricky Starks.
This was a beatdown match. This was a beatdown match at Darby. On that regard. Yeah. It's a good match for Cody, and I'm not a fan of Cody, but I don't know. Cody seems to do better. I don't know. Him and Darby seem to do. They work well together. So it was good. I thought the match with Cody was good.
It was simple and to the point. Team Taz post-match beatdown. Cage is in there. Taz is in there. Everyone's running wild, and then the music hits.
Dun 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 dun.
It's Sting! Oh my God! We all went nuts in chat. I felt like I was 10 years old again.
I bet y'all went in the loon.
Does Sting pass the mom test?
Sting passed the mom test, yeah. I'll be curious to see what they're going to do with him. Did he come back the next week?
He did, and I will tell you what happens.
Ooh.
I absolutely love the music. It's like a play off his old WCW theme. They got the crow. Winter is coming indeed. He's got this whole winter persona about him. He's old and gray and wiser, and he looks like a freaking not Nightwalker. White Walker out of Game of Thrones. They got snow. They're using soap bubbles to give you the illusion of fucking snows coming down everywhere around him. It's so cool. He stares everyone down in the ring, but then he goes face to face with Darby, and he sees one side's painted.
I love that picture. That was a great picture.
The other side's not, and he's like, okay, I think I found my guy. Very cool. Very cool. You excited for Sting?
Yeah. What I thought was really funny was the commentator brought up that the last match it was in 2001 when he beat Ric Flair.
Yeah, it was the very last match on Nitro on TNT.
Yeah.
That was the last time he was on the channel, and looking forward to what Sting has to bring. Big surprise.
Cool.
And
pretty cool. So how old is Sting now?
61, I believe. So he won't be. He's up there with like DDP.
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting how they utilize him.
That's fine. Yeah. It'll be fun to see what they're going to do with him.
Yeah, I mean, tag match, gets a couple moves in, crowd pops hard. Maybe he's a manager. Maybe he, lurks around and, he's all mysterious.
Well, we got a lot. Well, we got a lot of old guys coming back as managers. So,
I think Sting has. I mean, I like what Taz is doing. I like Arn Anderson's little coach role. I like the way they use a lot of these old guys. And
yeah, I mean, it's great. It's great because you know them. You know what they were, what they bring to the table, what they can do for the young guys, and it's just fun bringing back the old with the new and mix and match and meshing with them. So I like it. I like it.
All right, and then we got our main event, AEW World Title match. Our champion Jon Moxley here, taking on Kenny Omega.
I'm crying.
What'd you think of the match? And specifically the finish and then the angle that happened after.
I was very sad. He won by cheating.
Well,
really broke my heart that Omega had to cheat to win instead of winning on his own merit. He cheated. So Omega's an asshole.
Seems the story got through to you.
He's an asshole. And Moxley's going to be a father. He's a father to be.
Yes.
So I'm all excited for him for that. That's pretty cool. But
father to be without a championship.
I'm pissed. I am pissed at Omega. And I want Adam Page to kick his ass and go for the belt and kick Omega's ass and get the belt away from Omega.
I really like the story.
That would be my dream match.
I think this is going to be the big storied turning point for AEW, where the story it's more important than the match itself. They had a good match. I was definitely into it. It picked up as soon as it hit.
It was almost 30 minutes long. It's 28 minutes.
28 seconds, yeah.
That was a long ass match.
And it was a really simple story of the fact.
Match.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. And I didn't think the ending was overbooked at all, because the story was Omega didn't want the garbage match that Moxley did. They didn't want to repeat of Full Gear last year. But little did they know, it was all part of the plan between Omega and Don Callis, where they were just waiting for Moxley to bring the garbage, right? And as soon as the garbage would be brought, there's the opportunity to strike. It just so happened that Moxley DDT'd Omega into a heater. Of all things, very wacky. And that's when Callis comes down. He's hurt. Moxley takes a swipe at him, the microphone gets thrown into the ring. Omega, gets the big thump, and then he just V-triggers the piss out of him, hits him with the one-winged angel. It's over. So the microphone was the turning point. So Omega hits his big offensive moves to pin him 1, 2, 3. I enjoyed the match. I personally liked the angle. I thought it was a little wacky, but that's okay. Because the story that's coming out of it is now he cheated to win. He used the garbage. He runs away with Callis out of the building. And Callis is, I don't know if you know this, Mom, but Callis is a EVP of another wrestling promotion.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, so that was the big thing. You can find out our motivations and reasonings on Impact Wrestling. Old TNA show from 2000.
Mm-hmm.
So he showed up on Tuesday. Him and Callis cut a promo saying it was the plan all along. And there's going to be a dynamic shift, and they hinted at more Impact involvement. Whether that means an invasion of some kind, or it's just kind of just inter-promotional back and forth. I think it's more of that, but they also hinted at Omega being a belt collector, which is pretty cool. Because they cut a little promo where Callis goes, "Here in Impact Wrestling, we have champions, we have titles. You want more?" Yeah.
Interesting little angle, yeah.
Yeah, they gave a huge boost to Impact's measly numbers that they get. So we'll see what the future has in store for them. There were a couple other angles on the show, but let's cut to December 9th. We begin with Young Bucks versus Hybrid. What's up?
Hold up. I just had something to say about that match that I noticed, and it was kind of annoying to me.
Oh.
I was, and it has to do with, so we get the intro, introducing the wrestler, and then they freaking go to commercial.
Yeah.
And they did it twice. And I
well,
really
they didn't
was
start
annoying.
the match. They didn't start the match.
It doesn't matter. It was very annoying. Oh, and because I'm watching it on Fight, even the wrestlers were wondering about the time. They're like, what the frick? Because the commercials were so freaking ridiculously long that even when I was watching Omega's like, looking at his watch going, "Hey, dudes, how much longer?" Because they're I see Moxley walking outside the ring trying to stay warm, and Omega, he's doing a bunch of stuff trying to, keep warm and everything. And I thought that was really stupid. The commercials really annoyed me that for the last match.
That's all. It didn't bother me so much. I knew they were front loaded.
Well, it bothered me because
whatnot.
I was watching wrestling, and it bothered me that they introduced the wrestlers and go credits to commercial. I'm like, well, what?
Well, it's either the thing is that's just par for the course with TV, because the alternative is what WWE does, where they introduce the wrestlers, they wrestle for like a minute, and then they go to commercials, so then you miss half the match. That's the alternative.
Yeah, but TNT. Well, they did it twice, and it was really annoying.
Well, let's cut to December 9th. Not a whole lot Yeah, there was a lot to break down on the show. A lot happened. There was a lot of angles because, yes, on the 9th, because they counted on a bigger audience, so they want to get a lot of the stories across to these potential new viewers, right? So it comes across as Crash TV a bit, as in just a lot of shit being thrown at you, and hopefully something sticks within you. But the big things that stuck is the Omega interview in the ring with Callis, where they essentially hinted at a family reunion involving some wrestlers in Impact Wrestling from his New Japan days, and the belt collector thing again. And then there was the Sting interview, in which Cody had come out it was originally kind of hinted at maybe Team Taz some more, maybe TNT title with Darby Allin, but Sting comes out and interrupts him, cuts a nice little home promo, asked Tony Schiavone to say the "It's Sting" again, which was nice. They hugged. Cody's like, "Oh, I've wanted to be in the ring with you forever," and Sting's just like, "Hey man, I'm not here for you. There's something familiar in the rafters that I'm interested in." So there you go. Hinting at Sting and Darby of some kind. Very interesting. So quick and to the point, and was kind of the theme of the show with all of their angles. Young Bucks against Hybrid 2 had a very fun, fast-paced match, 12 minutes. Young Bucks win.
Yay.
FTR defeated the Varsity Blondes, which is Brian Pillman Jr. and Griff Garrison. In this match, we found out Griff Garrison, hell of a hot tag. Fun, simple match. Got FTR the win. Fine, fair enough. Dustin Rhodes defeated 10 of the Dark Order in short fashion, but
yeah, I thought he was going to stop wrestling.
No, don't be silly. But the Dark Order came out and they tried to recruit one Dustin Rhodes. They made a WCW reference to him. Yes. So we'll see. Dark Order doing some recruitment. That's what they're trying.
Yeah, what's going on with Brody Lee? Is he no longer in charge?
No. He is... Apparently, he allegedly got injured in the dog collar match, and now he's going through some personal family issues.
Oh, okay.
From the woodworks.
Because I see that they're saying, they're hoping he comes back. So
yeah, I guess we'll find out.
It doesn't sound very promising.
We'll find out. So speaking of Dark Order recruitment, there was a thing backstage at in this bar area, and Paige is getting interviewed, and he has to find a couple partners to face up against. I forget the opponents. I think it's Matt Hardy and Private Party. Okay? And he doesn't have any partners, but out from the back of the bar with little cowboy hats is Silver and Reynolds. And they're just like, hey,
awesome.
Hey, how about us? He's like, I'm not joining your cult. No.
Appropriate. I mean, we saw Silver on Paige last week, so that's pretty funny.
Yeah, so Paige is very apprehensive. He's like, no, and Silver just goes, well, who else are you gonna tag with? And he's like, shit, they're right. All right, just this one time. So it begins. Very, very fun stuff. I personally like what they're doing with Paige. I hope he gains his confidence back. I'm kind of tired of seeing him down in the dumps all the time. But
right.
Hopefully Silver can put a smile on his face.
I hope that Paige doesn't go with Dark Order, though. That would be.
I hope they have a lot of shenanigans together, personally.
Oh, with the Dark Order?
Yeah, and then Brody comes back and Paige beats him and then goes, there's a number of things they could do. Maybe Brody beats his ass and that's kind of a turning point for, I don't know, anything. Butcher and Blade and Eddie Kingston defeat the Lucha Bros and Lance Archer.
What?
No Pac because...
How was that match?
So... Penta was taken out early. The Butcher and Blade took him out, threw him through a table, and then he was taken to the back. So it was basically Lance Archer and Rey Fenix 2-on-3 against Butcher, Blade, and Kingston. And the numbers game just caught up. The bad guys win. It was fine. Nothing to write home about.
Abaddon. Was it a quick one?
It was 8 minutes. It was fine.
Oh yeah, that's pretty quick.
Yeah. Abaddon defeats Tesha Price. She's got an interesting look to her. But Abaddon made short work of her.
Or yeah. Tisha?
No, Tesha does. Abaddon's a weird one.
Tesha has an interesting look?
Yeah. It's like almost there. Or she still seems like she's fresh off the indie scene kind of deal. That kind of look.
Is she a gothic?
No. Just
what's
basic,
wrong with
basic. Her? No, nothing. She's just basic indie type person right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Abaddon's about to beat her ass, right? Just like, I don't know, bite her neck off.
Did she come crawling out again? Did she come crawling?
So okay, so winter's coming. You remember, Sheeta's in the back with Marvez, and Marvez is like, "Are you afraid of her?" And Sheeta goes, "I'm not afraid of a zombie girl doing cosplay. I do cosplay sometimes." And then some shit rumbles in the back because she's being stalked. He's like, I'm out of here. It's pretty goofy. Well, Abaddon's beating the shit out of Tesha Price, and Shida comes out with a kendo stick and just blasts her across the head. Faces her fear kind of situation, and then she saves Price, and just as they're about to exit the ring, Abaddon does the Undertaker sit-up, and Shida and Price are like, we're out of here. So
Abaddon.
It'll probably be a very, middle of the road match, but
I gotta find an actual picture of what Abaddon really looks like.
So
without all the makeup and stuff.
She's kind of like a gothic girl kind of deal going on.
She's still gothic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We got a wacky backstage segment with Shaquille O'Neal and Brandy Rhodes and Tony Schiavone. Because if you remember a few weeks ago, Brandy Rhodes was taken out by Jade with the chair, and then there was a scuffle, and there was another scuffle earlier with Jade and Nyla and company. So they're doing all these wacky things with the women, just trying to get them on TV, basically.
Yeah.
Trying to do some sort of story. I understand. There's not a lot of TV time. A lot of them are TV. Anyway, we've had this conversation a million times. So this was so weird.
Oh, wow.
Shaq is doing... He's Shaquille O'Neal, the deep voice. I'm really a big fan of, who would really crack me up,
doing an appearance would be Charles Barkley.
I was thinking the same thing. Like Cody or Brandy's got to show up on, inside the NBA on TNT, and there's Shaq and Barkley there, and then they just start like cutting promos and beating each other up, or Jade Cargill comes out of nowhere, throws them over the desk, and I just want to see Charles Barkley's face. And him reacting.
Oh my gosh, it would be just so fun.
Or even Kenny Smith.
Those two, having those two would be really funny.
So, anyways, they're doing this weird interview, and Brandy turns into and Brandy turns into just full Brandy mode, And so I gotta play the Brandy drop here. So Brandy turns on Brandy mode, right? She's all insulted by whatever the fuck Shaq is talking about, right? And Shaq just goes something along the lines of, "Oh, I'd like to see a match. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from Jade." And Brandy takes this as like he just called her the C word in front of Tony Schiavone, in front of a million fans, and she takes the water and throws it in his face. And Shaq does the whole and then he stares at the camera and he's dripping water. It was so weird. Yeah.
What?
Brandy is the most bizarre person on all of AEW. You don't know if she's going to be a heel or face, good guy, bad guy.
Right.
You just don't even know with her. She's Brandy.
Right.
So it's very weird. I don't know what's going on. And we got our main event, MJF versus Orange we got the Inner Circle Ultimatum. Basically... it was.
Oh yeah.
It was fine. Jericho did his thing. MJF did his thing. Sammy Guevara. The point is that Ortiz says he's growing on him. Everybody needs to come to amends here. Sammy goes, all right, but if one more thing happens, I'm quitting the Inner Circle. That's the big takeaway. There was also a big
Sammy said that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There was also a funny moment at the end where Jake Hagar says, I got a question. Why is this guy staring at me all the time? So they kind of argue a little bit, and Jericho goes, no more staring. And of course they go, I could stop staring anytime I want. And they immediately look at each other again. But that does bring us into the main event, Orange Cassidy MJF. They have a good match. It was fine. 13 minutes, main event. Naturally, there's a lot of shenanigans. It becomes a wacky lumberjack match where Orange Cassidy has a bunch of people on his side of the ring. The whole Inner Circle's on MJF's side of the ring. They kind of start fighting. There's a wacky spot where MJF calls for the bat while the ref is distracted. He throws it to Orange Cassidy to try to fake the ref out like Cassidy hit him, but Orange Cassidy just doesn't catch it. Falls to the ground. So then the script is flipped where now the ref thinks MJF hit him with it. There's another ref distraction off that, and Miro just hits the ring, blasts Orange Cassidy with a clothesline, and beats up the best friends and whatnot. MJF pins Cassidy, keeps his ring, and Miro's standing tall in just his most ridiculous clothes, as usual. It's like some Versace nonsense that he's got on. Wacky shoes with no socks situation. So Miro stands tall at the end of the show. There's your December 9th recap. A lot of stuff happened.
Wow.
But if you were to watch one match, I would say watch the Young Bucks Hybrid 2 match. That was fun.
Okay.
That was a good match.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I didn't mind the screwy finish against Orange Cassidy. MJF keeps the ring, which is fine. Inner Circle has their thing working. They're working out. Miro and the best friends are feuding, so not my favorite way I would like for it to end, but there were some good near falls. Miro stood tall, so it's about time he starts kicking ass. They're doing a little bit better with him. The last couple weeks, they're on a 2-week streak with me, with mid-card Miro. And then they announced a Christmas special episode and New Year's Smash. Well, they'll do 2 weeks of New Year's special shows. So they're hinting at, some big matches on TV too. Because if you remember last year, they got kind of smashed in the ratings where everybody's on the holidays and everything. So this year they're trying TV specials with some special matches to kind of keep the audience during these holiday times.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And hey, their money is made on TV, so it makes all the sense in the world to me. And they're still saving their most biggest matches for pay-per-view. So I'm really okay with this.
Mm-hmm.
Any thoughts, Mother? Are there any wrestlers you would like to see more of? Something that you're not a fan of lately?
Well, I already told you what I'm not a fan of lately. Sick of those dang commercials.
Well, all right. So, but nothing like what AEW is doing is like the wrestlers themselves. Nothing comes to mind.
Think so? I don't think so. But I think they're doing better with the women. I'm glad they're not giving them as much time right now. So that's a good thing.
Well, I think all it comes down to is even though they're still given kind of the same amount of time, it feels like there's actually direction. And this is something we've seen improvement upon since, I would say, September.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since All Out, I think that was the turning point. Right after that, they started to have more direction with the women. And even though they're not getting as much time, or they're getting the same amount of time on TV, you feel like they're doing more with them.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I agree. Yeah. And it doesn't feel so forced, I think. Or I don't know how to explain it.
No, it's fine. I understand.
Yeah. So. Well, I'm just disappointed about Moxley. I'm really disappointed about that. Yeah. I wish he would have beat Omega. I don't know if it's because he is a father-to-be that they're doing a different angle for him. What are they going to do with Moxley now?
I think this was the plan the whole time, to do this huge thing with Omega and doing the interpromotional thing. It drives interest. There's a buzz about AEW right now. A general buzz that has people talking. And that's very important.
About when you were coming here for Thanksgiving and you were watching it on the plane, and the guy next to you wanted to know what you were watching.
Well, I mean, it's catching people's eyes, and it's been on TV for a year now. More people are discovering it. There's this buzz going around, so people are going to start talking, and hopefully in the weeks to come, as we get into 2021. We can see this growth, and it's up to AEW to keep the momentum, basically.
What do you think they're going to do with Darby?
Well, Darby's the TNT champion. I think it's clear that he's going to go through a lot of Team Taz. Sting's going to play some sort of role. That much is obvious to me. Maybe he loses the title to someone like Ricky Starks. I don't know, but I like all the directions that they're going. I'm very curious to see how they handle Hangman Page and his kind of losing ways. What the Dark Order's going to do.
Yeah, I'm kind of I'm not sure about Hobbs yet. Not
he's
sure.
a project. He's a project in the works. It's
he's a project. Yeah.
I think he's in.
I'm
I
not
think
sure
he's in a
about
good
him
group.
Yet. Yeah, him and Miro. Not really feeling them yet. Don't really know how I feel about them because they're just kind of sort of making their way. I don't know. I'm just. And Archer, they need to do something more with him or something.
Well, here's the thing.
I think him and Luchasaurus should be together.
Well, here's the thing with a lot of these guys. This is what 2021 is going to prove. That second show is going to open up a lot. And when they have that open air, let's call it, that's when I believe we will see people start to separate themselves from the crop. The crop. Your Miro, your Jungle Boy, your Darby to an extent. You can get these people that you want to have more TV time and more exposure and more experience. And it's going to be very important for the women to prove what they can do. It's going to be very important for a lot of these young wrestlers to prove what they can do. So those extra 3-4 matches in an hour or however it may be. I'm very much excited and very curious to see how that works out. And I think it's going to be very important, and it creates a general interest in what this company is going to do in the next year.
You think the Jericho's group is going to disband?
Well, something's
2021.
Well, something's in the works for that to happen in some regard. Whether that's Sammy Guevara splitting, maybe Wardlow separates himself from MJF. There's a number of things that they're going to do. I think the MJF Jericho situation is not over, and I think they're going to build to a big blood feud match in which MJF will win. MJF is the company's future. That much is clear. So is someone like a Sammy Guevara and Darby Allin. Those three guys, and Jungle Boy is a little bit behind those guys, but he's got a future there too. Adam Page, he's one up. He's clearly just above them, but the fact that MJF has been in the main event of a pay-per-view already, while Page hasn't been since the original All Out, kind of puts all these characters at the same level, just below your Moxleys, Omegas, Codys of the world, right? Then there's this tier for certain guys to be strong, and their whole point is to lose to those group of guys that I just mentioned. Your Lance Archer, your Brian Cages, your Eddie Kingstons. Those guys, they keep strong to put the other guys over. So it's a game of chess how to move and maneuver these pieces in and out of the main event and trying to keep them strong. It's a general rotation, if you will. So those are my thoughts.
Those are mine.
I guess I'll see you later this week.
Yes, you will.
Hooray!
If it doesn't snow.
Yeah, right.
All right, JD.
All right. Good having you on for another one.
You. Yeah. Later, Gator.
Kuroi kumo, ame ni raku nai.
hope you enjoyed that, Kay. I played the Chris Brooks intro, followed by the Eruption one, kind of in little sequence there. Because we got the D-ou tournament days 2 through 6. So this is basically, we did day 1, the Korakuen show, on the last episode. Now we have the rest of the tournament, and we only have the finals left, which will be at the year-end episode. So, Mr. K, I want to know what your feelings and thoughts are over the D-ou tournament, and what do you think of Takeshita and Jun Akiyama in the finals?
Well, Jun Akiyama, as you've put it, is sort of have a renaissance year for him in DDT, and I see that throughout the tournament. I've seen that throughout the tournament. He had quite a few good matches. His match with Endo was very good. He's been consistently good. No problems. His knees are awesome. I love when he takes the knee pad down, just shoves it in someone's face. It's just great. As for Takeshita, the whole arm and was it the last match? The last day we watched, day 6. He had that match with his arm. His arm was taped up, and they were fighting. I forget who he was fighting.
Hiroshima.
I blanked on that one. Hiroshima, and they were both fighting each other in the arm and going to the arm, and it was a very war-like battle. And so he comes in with a lot of damage to him, whereas Akiyama comes in kind of unscathed, right? More or less. There's no bandages on him that I could see, at least. And he seems to be the odds favorite. I'd be okay if there was an upset, if Takeshita won. Kind of like takes out the old man by surprise. He's beat up. The old man doesn't take him seriously, comes in. He's like, I'm the veteran, but, you're too beat up. I can't take you seriously as an opponent. I'd be okay with that, but I do want to point out one match that I think we both liked.
There was a number of matches I like. I got 4 in particular listed, and then a certain performer. Full disclosure, though, Daisuke Sasaki went out injured very early in the tournament, so that was unfortunate. And then Sakaguchi was kind of hit or miss, depending on how kicky he wanted to be in a particular match. So that was unfortunate. And then Akito was a total skip. He did an almost 30-minute match on the mat on day 3, I think it was. It was so boring. And then on Twitter, because people that follow the podcast on Twitter and some people I follow, every match after that, everyone was just going, Akito just doesn't have it in this tournament. All of his matches are skippable. They don't really have a point. There was a weird double pin booking situation with Hiroshima that at least had an interesting finish, but that was as good as you were going to get with Akito, so I just decided to skip all of his matches thereafter. So yeah, your favorite match in particular, Kay?
The Higuchi and Endo double KO match.
Yes.
Had the best final stretch and the best ending to a tournament match. Dare I say a match this year. A Canadian Destroyer. And there was a screw you sumo push shove from halfway across the ring into an exposed turnbuckle, and both men were dead. I loved this match.
It went to a double great. KO. Endo had worked Higuchi's leg all match to the point where, yes, Endo sold that turnbuckle shot in the corner where he just didn't move for just minutes on end, and Higuchi struggled to his feet. It looked like it absolutely sucked, but Endo, what a machine he was. And the coolest thing about this tournament, like, it was a tournament of like 2.5, 3.5 star matches, which is fine, because I watched another tournament, sort of, kinda, where it was very much the same thing in the Best of the Super Juniors, especially the Super J Cup, which we'll talk about, except this one I felt was much more engaging because of the stories being told throughout the tournament. Namely, guys have to face X amount of matches in an X amount of time, very short period of time, and they sold damage done across the tournament. Ever since this Endo Higuchi match went to double DQ, Endo's back was messed up. He taped it up. He couldn't do a lot of his flippy stuff. Is that what you want to see out of Endo? Yes, but we're here for this tournament. You've seen all of his flippy stuff all year, so he has to work around it. And that led to, on the last night, the young upstart rookie guy, Oishi, basically making Endo go 20 minutes and beats him on a flash pin, basically. Good little stories there. Higuchi really trying to, keep his legs away from his competition, because it worked for Endo to take him out, and same thing goes for Harashima and his knees, being that he's old. Things just added up together, and they told really good stories. I love that, and that really played into the final match of Block A, where it was Takeshita against Harashima, where Takeshita's arm was worked really hard in that Akito match, and he proceeded to sell it for the rest of the tournament, protecting it even, not using it on big power moves. And Harashima in his knees, Takeshita was going for his knees.
Also, his forearm was also taped up. It was gone after quite often.
Oh yeah. All of like, he wouldn't do test of strength because he would just put that arm behind his back instead. He thought, he'd do weird things where he'd think about it and then he goes, wait a minute, no, it's a bad idea. I have a bum arm situation. So Takeshita played a good underdog story here, and remember, I predicted that Jun Akiyama was going to win this thing. You remember?
And Chris Brooks,
and you had Chris Brooks. He had a solid tournament. Nothing wrong with Chris Brooks. So, excuse me. Oh my god. So yeah, the Higuchi Endo double KO finish was fucking awesome, and I noticed something. I have 4 matches written down here from days 2 through 6. There's 5 main events. 4 of those main events made my favorite matches list. The only main event that didn't make it was the Akito 30-minute almost draw. So, very good from DDT to me. I was engaged throughout the whole time. I think another wild finish involved Higuchi and Jun Akiyama, where it was the 4-minute match where he just explodes out of the corner and brain claws Akiyama and pins his ass. I was like, ah!
Oh, that was great. I think we popped for all of us popped for that. I was like, oh my god, just out of the corner, brain claw. The commentary was like, brain claw, brain claw. They're
trying to put over Higuchi's brain claw all tournament. He finally gets Akiyama of all people. Oh, it was just super awesome. Actually, I think that means Higuchi and Takeshita are the winners. Uh-oh. Do I have the points wrong?
Uh-oh. Do you have it wrong?
No, because on the last night, Akiyama beat somebody, and he got 8 points, and Higuchi lost. So, yeah, it's Akiyama, Takeshita. There was a really, the reason why I have this match written down, Kay, is because I just thought it was a class act. It was Takeshita against Mao. They went 22 minutes, 46 seconds. There was a spot at the end. Like, it was worked really well. I was super engaged. I love Mao's just flippy shit that he does all the time. Just weird, like capoeira style in wrestling. Not something I'd expect to see. But there's a moment where he's going for his springboard Phoenix Splash, and he just botches the shit out of it and lands really bad on the back of his like neck and head. And upon that, he starts walking funny, and Takeshita just goes straight to the finish. Mao kicks out, but the ref just counts 3 anyways. Very class act on Takeshita, especially class act on the ref. He's just like, no, we're done here. Because I bet Takeshita was going to win anyways. It's like, there's no point in continuing this. They had a little promo afterwards to kind of say, hey, you slipped up, it happens. Come at me next time. Maybe you'll have me, kind of situation. I really like that. That's something where wrestling, a lot more promotions can learn from.
Yeah, I liked it as well. I think we both, when we saw it, like, oh no, this he's on his feet. He's kind of catching at ghosts, can't really get his arms going for like strikes, and he was woozy, and it's like, oh, he either has a concussion or he's been knocked pretty dizzy. And they both I think both the ref and Takeshita recognized it almost immediately.
Oh yeah,
and immediately decided, hey, no, screw this, going to the finish. Ref counting to 3 again. And we saw this happen. I'm not going to bring it up too much, but saw something kind of like this, not to the extent, a little more severe, happen earlier in the year-ish with AEW. And I feel like this was handled much better. Like, oh no, you're not. You can't compete. We don't want you to be hurt. You're clearly not well. We need to end this match now.
Right, and despite Mao wanting to continue, they just they said, "Nah, man. I know you want to,
you're
but
not in a position to be making that right now. You're not. Clearly, you're not all there, and you can't make that decision." I liked it. But to sort of go on the tournament a little bit, you mentioned like the limb works and everyone's selling their back, like Endo his back and the arms and stuff like that. I like that story, especially because this tournament was so condensed. It makes it so much more believable because they're having so many of these shows and matches almost back-to-back days, it feels like.
Oh, they were.
So them selling the injuries and stuff like that. For such a short tournament, I gotta say this tournament was probably better booked than the G1.
Ooh. Well, at least, definitely better than B Block.
Right. But I think the story throughout the entire tournament, I think, was better. Also, I mean, there was no finish better in the G1 than the Endo Higuchi finish. I'll put money on that.
You know what? I will agree with the. I definitely enjoyed the stories being told in the DDT tournament more. I think it's pretty obvious that the A block matches in the G1 were much better and more fantastical, and entertaining from that perspective. So, you know, do you want the stories or the good matches? I think at the day I preferred the better matches of them all, because there were stories there. There were stories there. I do think the DDT one definitely told better stories over a shorter period of time. But if I'm comparing, let's say, Jay White versus Ishii or Ospreay Okada, where they did the big angle, compared to Takeshi against Hiroshima for the final A block match, I'm taking Takeshi Hiroshima, actually. I thought it had better stakes, better story told in the ring. It amounted to more in my mind, and now we have, and I think they've accomplished something that they really wanted to set out to do, and that was get Juna Akiyama over as a monster veteran. Because if there's one thing DDT has struggled to really have a need for, and that is credible, high-performing opponents for your Endos and Takeshita's of the world in DDT. And Akiyama's beaten Takeshita. He's now beaten a lot of people in the top end of DDT. They've accomplished a lot with here, and he can still go. So it's a renaissance of his career in some ways. I'm very happy with this. It's doing a lot more good than bad. Let's put it that way. I know that's always a fear with veterans these days in wrestling, with not wanting to put young guys over. I think in this case it's doing a lot of good, especially for the promotion involved.
Right, and to a little bit elaborate on my better than G1, I think I've made it no small secret that I prefer good stories, and if the match is decent, I think I make the match better. A good match is a good match, but if there's that story there to keep me hooked and want to go back to watch it, it's just a good match. I like stories, so this whole tournament's been a much better. For me, it's also less exhausting than the G1, so I think
it definitely
that helps
was
for me
much
personally.
less exhausting. Yeah, you're right. So,
I feel like the exhaustion takes a little bit of the G1 away from me. Like I my first time watching the G1, and I see why people don't watch it all at one time.
And I will go on record. I liked the Takeshita Hiroshima match so much I put it in my DDT top 10 matches of the year. So,
did you put the Higuchi Endo?
Well, they I think this is like their third or fourth meeting of the year. So, as for those that don't know, I have a top 10 for each of the big promotions I watch for the podcast, and if there's a feud / multiple matchups over the year, which I count as being a feud, is you have 2 or more matchups across the year, they go together as one singular match because it's a feud rivalry, right?
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. So like Tam Julia isn't just one match to me, because then it's the whole package, right?
It's the whole series.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Higuchi and Endo have had they've had 3 just really good matches across the year.
That match was that finish was great. I can't think of a better knockout
No,
finish.
they've only had the one other match. It's Ueno that Endo has faced more than once.
Oh, well, it seems like this match should be somewhere on the list.
So, anyways. Let's get on to... Oh, who do you have winning? You said you have Takeshita beating Akiyama in the finals?
I'm going to go for a bold pick. I'm going to go Takeshita wins.
Okay. I think just because we've seen Takeshita versus Endo so much in DDT, I'm going Akiyama, and that'll create something for both their big aces to overcome. I like that story more.
That story's probably better, but I feel like
payoff.
I want to go bold. I want to go bold on this one.
Okay. Well, I mean, they'd go 1-1. But anyways, let's get that Risa Sarah drop going. I like that drop I made. Gotta find it. There it is.
吠えろ舞い上がれな審判は水色の光へ聞こえる大歓声過去も未来も自分を信じて
Well, now that the drop is over, I forgot to ask the big question after that DDT. With DDT's good tournament and AEW doing Winter is Coming and getting the wrestling world talking, which one was better? Or do we just give it a tie and nobody gets a point?
God, I kind of want to give it a tie. I feel like they're both very well. I think obviously one of them has much more like broader appeal because it it hit the internet. Like, I mean, Sting kind of broke the internet for a little bit there. At least it broke the wrestling side of the internet. And then obviously the Kenny Omega stuff. But I want to give it kind of a, I mean, because you can't really do that in something like DDT. So I don't know if it's 1-for-1 you could do. But I feel like this tournament's been so well done. I feel like I'd say go for a tie.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the tie, so they each get a point. That's four. That moves 14 to 11. Alrighty. So, Ice Ribbon K. Not a lot to break down here for Ice Ribbon, other than they had a December 12th show at Yokohama. Really just a fun, simple show to watch. Some decent wrestling on there. The big matches were the IWGP title match. The Ham taking on her daughter yet again. The Ham wins. Punks out her daughter yet again. And then the tag title match. Frank Sisters defeat the Rebel Enemy team of Maika Ozaki and Ram Kaicho. Quite the tandem there. This match was way better than I thought it had any right of being.
So I have a few notes written down for this one.
Oh, okay. Then you know what? I'll let you break down the show, get your thoughts out, and I think Sauriano is losing to Suzu come Ribbon Mania. There's my thoughts.
Bold pick there. Okay. So I have a little bit of notes on a few of the matches. So the Tsukushi Haruka, as she goes by now, versus Manny match was fun. Tsukushi shenanigans, the bunny ears being stomped on and the crowd just booing Tsukushi, and Tsukushi just telling them to shut up over and over again. It was fantastic. Manny looked a little rusty in this match, but she hasn't been wrestling a lot. She's been reffing more since Mio's been out. That's kind of understandable. The Tsukasa Fujimoto, now Ishikawa versus Rina Yamashita Yuki Mashiro match was fantastic. I love Yuki Mashiro. She's great. Her and Tsukasa playing off each other, her being afraid of Tsukasa's kicks and screaming at everything that happens. Rina Yamashita being the big bruiser's like sister-like protector over there running at people. Now just kind of was there. Seems to be just building our grudge with Yuki Mashiro. Also, Yuki Mashiro does a freaking Venus clutch on Tsukasa Fujimoto, which was great. And she did it so well that I swear to God that needs to be her move now. Because she just did it so well. Let's go. Okay. That's it's very well done. But the big one I want to talk about outside of the two title matches was the 6-person tag, the Akane, Risa Sera, and Suzu versus Maya, Sayori, and Totoro match. I thought the Sayori and Suzu back and forths in the match were fantastic. Surprisingly, they have a lot of really good chemistry. I was kind of afraid of that originally. I find that Seriano in some of her matches, if she doesn't have good chemistry with somebody, they tend to fall apart really fast. That's one of the only knocks I have really against her. Her and Suzu had really almost flawless chemistry. I wonder how much if they've been practicing or if it's just natural between the two. I'd be really excited for that match. Risa Sera and Maya beating each other up a little bit. I want that to be a singles match, please. Somebody, please. But I think the big thing is Akane pinning Totoro and then challenging Risa Sera for the Fantasize belt to a. Now, if I remember this, it was a 4 corners something weapon match. So I don't know exactly what it's supposed to be, if there's supposed to be weapons in each corner or what this is.
Sounds like, yeah.
But because there's a one name that was given, and then there's a translation name that seems like it's something completely different. Like it's like 4 corners. It's something with 4 corners. It's all I know. But it's Risa Sera and it's Akane, so it's gonna be crazy because the last time these two fought for the Fantasize belt, they did it in a freaking like a baseball wrestling rules match, and it ended with Risa Sera pinning her in a kiddie pool. So that was fun.
Needed to be done. Absolutely.
Needed to be done in a kiddie pool. It's great. Ice Ribbon's amazing promotion. 10 out of 10. And the Hamako Hoshi and Ibuki Hoshi match. I came into this match thinking Ibuki was for sure going to win. So Hamako winning was kind of not what I wanted. But it's fine, I guess, because Sakushi comes out and challenges her. One of my biggest sort of letdowns of this match is it felt like it never got going properly.
No.
And I don't think that was on Ibuki. I just don't think, weirdly enough, I don't think mother and daughter have very good chemistry in singles matches. I think they have great chemistry as a tag team. I've seen them as a tag team, and they have fantastic chemistry as a team.
I don't know about that. I guess they have one match. I guess the Ham has one match on my top 50 tag team list. Maybe it should get knocked out soon enough. I think it's at the bottom.
But their chemistry was lacking. I thought their other match that they had prior in the year was way better, and just it makes me kind of feel a little let down. I feel like Ibuki needs something at this point. She's so good, and I wonder if they're just holding off because she's in school, and they don't know if she's gonna stick around or not. Because apparently she does really, really well in school. She's top of her class.
Yeah, she posted like a perfect score or something on some test she took recently.
Yeah, it was a big test that she had taken, like a big deal one. She's like in her final year of high school. So it's like I don't know if she'll stick around. I kind of wish and hope she does, selfishly, because I feel like she's one of the bright future spots that they have in Ice Ribbon. Her, Suzu, now, and Yuki Mashiro. I don't know. I'm kind of hope she sticks around, but this match right here was just isn't good. I'm hoping Sakushi beats Hamako for it. I don't know why Hamako still has this belt. Honestly, don't even know why this belt's still around. It kind of was retired for a reason. At this point, it just kind of seems to just exist, and Ice Ribbon's belts usually mean a little bit more than just existing. The triangle belt itself means a little bit more than this belt, and then it says a lot when that's kind of their lower rung belt for them. The Frank sisters versus Rebel Enemy, Maiko Ozaki and Ram Kaichou. Their tag team is called Banda, Banda. So this match was a lot of big Hoss Ozaki looking good. I think she had a lot of really good spots. Her and Kurumi had a really good shoulder exchange. I love when they do those shoulder exchanges. Mochi she did really well in this match. I feel like Kurumi did a little bit better though, and I don't know if I'm a big fan of them as a tag team right now. I feel like they've had better tag matches, and this tag title match was their best so far. The last one was kind of fell flat for me personally. But Ram kind of getting beat up on and kind of just shit talk while she gets smashed around by the two other big hosses. Ozaki had a bit of a problem at the finish, and I think you'll probably be more willing to elaborate on that one, where she sort of went out of this. She no-sold the Styles Clash and reversed to a roll-up.
Yeah, nothing drives me more mad at a finish than a wrestler hitting their signature/finisher move, and the person just immediately no-sells it into a roll-up. I can't stand that. It really brings down a match for me every single time. One of the bigger matches of the year was Mayu and Iroha, where Iroha hits the running 3 on Mayu, and Mayu just rolls her up right after it.
Yeah, but I think that was more of a botch than this one was. I think Mayu was supposed to roll her up while she was doing a mid thing, and she just didn't time it right.
Well,
think that
whatever
was
the result
obvious.
was, she got hit with it, and she rolled her up right upon getting hit.
Right.
And
I think
that
they could have improvised.
shit
She could have
happened
kicked
here with
out and done it.
Ozaki taking a Styles Clash, and she just rolls over, and then like it never happened. It's a pet peeve of mine that I will never forgive in a match, and immediately brings it down for me because you've ruined the finish to me. Absolutely ruined it.
Right. Well, that's like the only blemish that I think Micah had in the match. I want to praise her more because I feel like this is her best performance all year. It's sad it's in a tag match. I feel like she maybe is a better tag wrestler than she is a singles wrestler at this point. But she did really well. And I think after the match, after I believe it was Ram that took the pin, Maya comes out, other half of Rebel Enemy, and the tag team of Micah's getting another shot. It's her and Maya versus Kurumi and Mochi for Ribbon Mania.
Oh, it's not Yamashita and Maya?
No, it's
Okay.
Maya and Ozaki.
Interesting. Okay. Well, hopefully,
I think that they're going to win those
well,
belts,
I mean,
by the way.
her last name is Ozaki, so Maya's right at home.
Listen, wrong Maya, okay? Her other personality is not at the building at the moment, so that's not the right no. Different personalities here.
Right. Each
But I
personality
think
has their
they're
own
winning.
Ozaki to tag with.
Right. Well, I think I think they did a good job setting up their two. I mean, this is a setup show. They're sort of previewing Suzu and then Sayori. They're setting up a Fantastic match. They're setting up another Juku title match, and they're setting up another tag title match. I'd imagine they're going to set up here in the coming shows another Triangle Ribbon match. Most of these matches, much like I think same with Stardom when we talk about them, is just building to their show, setting things up for the big show. Ribbon Mania this year is going to be great. I'm super excited for it, and I think Sayori has a good chance of winning. Just something about her pinning Tsukasa that makes me feel like the odds are a little bit higher in her winning, and they would have been otherwise. She just come out and challenged her. I want Suzu to win, though. I want Suzu to win. Don't get anything. I think Suzu's run does not need to end now. I wouldn't be shocked if Sayori won.
All right. With that, we'll move on to short little Stardom talk. We got 3 more topics to talk about before we get to our retro. We got some time to make up here. All right, Mayu Utani taking us into the year-end climax where Momo will assuredly lose to Utami in, I predict, a 3-minute squash fest fashion, removing the little ace moniker from the website just to make Kay here very, very upset. Do you agree with this assessment? I know you do. I don't need to ask you. So
Shut
they
up.
ran a
Silence. Don't do this to me.
They ran 3 house shows: Amori, Morika, and Toyama. Just it was a lot of faction warfare kind of tag matches. It's fine. I have some notes here, but my 2 takeaways are actually from the Toyama show. It was the B. Priestley versus Micah match that went to a 15-minute draw, which really stood out to me. I thought, oh my god, a draw. But this was an instance where I think it absolutely worked, because on a previous show in Morika, Micah had gotten pinned by Tam Nakano, who's building a kind of a split faction, splitting off from Mayu. So there's a story there and there was a purpose. So leading into the B. Priestley match, I thought this was done quite well. I really enjoyed what I saw from both wrestlers here. And I got a kick out of the post-match promo where B. Priestley says in Japanese, you strong, I like you. You don't suck. But Momo, she still sucks. I quite like that.
I hate this. I hate that so much. It's over, by the way. They've been clipping it and putting it up on their YouTube channel, just the promos that she does at the end of the shows, and they've been getting relatively good traction. I will say
Absolutely
this.
over. It's fantastic.
Well, Micah is scheduled to have defend her future belt on the Big Osaka show with Kamatani and Ida. I think Ida.
Yeah.
And I think her
A
doing this
three-way.
draw here is setting her up for the next phase because I think the belt's going to get dropped there. There's a reason why it's a triple threat match. I think Kamitani's going to win it, and I think this is going to push Maika up the card more. I see them taking the tag belts, her and I'd say Himika maybe taking the tag belts off of Utami and Saya.
I'd say there's an absolutely good chance for that, because if you look at some of the way these house shows were booked, who was pinning whom. Take example the Aomori show where it was QQ against DDM. That is where Saitani actually got pinned by Shuri. So that's setting. I believe this is all setting up. You know, it's kind of downplaying Saitani as the tag champion, so they can get one title off of Utami, and that would in turn free up Saitani for the future title, which serves a purpose. And yeah, like you said, so it's almost like they're switching places, really.
Which is Stardom's way of booking anyways. I can see it also being Sherry and Maika, though I think Sherry's a little bit higher up we'd probably be preoccupied SWA, and I think you want to do something with Himika, so I think they would just do it with Himika and Maika.
I kind of see a switching places thing in motion here. And B. Priestley also beat Saitani and Morika with the Golden Trigger. The fact B. Priestley is doing like Will Ospreay Kota Ibushi moves is really funny to me, and she's doing them in a good fashion. I kind of like her little moveset that she's developed. She's less stiff than what she's been working in the past, so that's good. She's improving. And Saitani's improving quite a lot. I liked what I saw with both her singles matches. Even the one against Mina was good, as well as there's a lot of improvement going on in Stardom, which is really, really nice to see. They're having kind of their wrestlers really settle into their position since the 5-star kind of established some key wins for people. This has been super fun, but the main event of Toyama really stood out to me with Queen's Quest defeating the team of Mayu, Kid, and Riho. Main event Riho, always like to see that. Fun match. The crowd really likes the whole Utami Riho kind of
bride carry thing, where she just bride carries Riho.
It's very over with the crowd. So the Toyama show was a big hit with me. It was super easy to watch and really fun. I think it's kind of tied with the Ice Ribbon Yokohama show for me. So if that's not key enough, Ice Ribbon and Stardom has kind of tied on this time around. So
I'd give the edge slightly to Ice Ribbon for just the title matches being there, as opposed to just normal matches. But I mean, I can see it being split. Both shows were very good.
Yeah, I had nothing wrong with them. They served their purpose to me, and that's really all I can ask for. Do you have anything to add to that, or shall we move on to Dragon Gate, which we have really not a lot to talk about?
Just that I think as we've gotten closer to this Utami Momo match, the discourse seems to have gotten a little bit more heated. I've seen on the internet. I just want to reiterate again, Momo is not Jogo Kiona. People can stop with that. We're wrong. Momo's only lost to 2 red belt champions. Kiona lost to Konami, and she's lost to Tora and a few other people that are way lower on the card. Momo's fine. They still see high things in Momo. It's very obvious. Why else is she headlining again for the second time a big show for them?
Look, Kay, I hate to break it to you, but on the Reddit, which is a total credible rumbling source, that in a post I totally did not do, Momo is going to eat a pin to Ozaki at the next Assemble show. Hate to break that to you. Totally true rumblings that I totally did not make up. And you won't see, I swear you won't see @BowlingJD in that post on Reddit.
I saw your post. Don't worry, I saw your post. You're a fool. I saw your post. Listen, I know you like Ozaki just to spite me, but just
what?
No.
I don't know where you get that idea.
Nobody.
Mayumi Ozaki is a Wrestler of the Year candidate. She has a Match of the Year, according to my own mother. So you, sir, are wrong. You need to get on the Mayumi Ozaki train. She has been a draw since 1992.
She has not drawn any money. I swear to God.
She has drawn all the money. All of it. We're talking Dragon Gate. I'm playing the Dia song.
ドラゴンダイヤ現代からこの輝きをまとい愛を教えてよ夢のバトル
Okay, Gate of Origin happened in Sendai. Hate that place.
Sendai sucks.
God, no matter
It's
who goes
awful.
there, it's just a dead fucking crowd. It's such a bummer. Gate of Origin was certainly a show. RED team, Dai Inferno, Eita, and Kaito Ishida went to a DQ. I believe this is the one where Dia lost his shit finally. He was tired of Inferno's crap. He went for the mask and got the DQ. That was a fun finish.
I love that finish. I loved
Yeah.
it a lot. I like seeing Dia snap and not be the babyface getting pushed around by the heel the entire time. Just snapping and just ripping at the mask. And then even after the match, attacking Dia, having to be constantly pulled apart and shoved apart by multiple members of Dragon Gate Generation. Even some Toryumon, I think, were there trying to just push him away and keep him away. Because he was just wanting a piece of Dia Inferno.
Yes, indeed. Shun Skywalker defeats Dragon Kid in an 8-minute match, and I really like what they're doing with Shun Skywalker here. This is something they didn't do with Eita, because I guess they didn't want him... Okay, so when Eita won the title in August at Memorial Gate, they really kind of kept him out of singles matches, and I guess that works for the heel personas. You know, he's not going to be in singles match. He's going to be in tags and triple threats, hiding behind the RED stable. Well, what they're doing with Skywalker here is they're making him a fighting champion. They're putting him in singles matches against credible veterans, like a Dragon Kid here, and he's beating them in fast, simple fashion with his spinning fisherman driver. It's pretty sick. Saitani tries to do one. It's just not as impactful as one Shun Skywalker, but she needs to use the Force a little bit more.
Use the Force.
You heard me.
I like that. I like that. Listen, Shun Skywalker. I know you told me he's like more flippy and stuff, but I feel like now this could be sort of inspired by listening to Open the Voice Gate talk about it.
Oh,
But it seems like they're trying to
podcast.
establish. Yes. But listen to them at work. But it seems like they're trying to establish this is what he's learned since coming back, and I mean, he's looked great. He's just I don't know. He comes off like a star. I feel like it was the correct decision to take the belt off of Eita and put it on him. And just I don't know. I'm excited for his match with Benkei. That's probably going to tear the house down. So
Yes. And something happened in between here, and I don't remember if it was at the Sendai show or the following show, but there was a Dragon Gate Generation kind of fallout. There's questions being brewed in the rumblings of Dragon Gate, where Shun Skywalker, Dragon Dia, Jason Lee, and Kota Minoura are they're seemingly making a faction together. The Skywalker faction.
that happened on the show after this one.
Yeah,
It was
okay,
after
thank
his
you.
other singles match.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who did he beat in the next one? It was it Yokosuka?
I think so.
I think so. Well, anyways, so they're making that, and KZ is not happy. He's like, dude, what the fuck? And Yamato is kind of off to the side. So you have KZ, Benkei, and company on one Dragon Gate Generation, and you have Skywalker and his boys on the other side. So they're really setting up kind of this generational fraction right before the big final gate match between Skywalker and Benkei, whom they have their history together. It's a really cool kind of sub-story happening, and for those that don't remember or are new to Dragon Gate, at the end of 2019, at Final Gate, was when all the factions in Dragon Gate disintegrated and they became generational factions. You had RED, the heel group. You had Toryumon, which is the originators of Dragon Gate, essentially. And then you had the Dragon Gate generation. So it was generational warfare. We could be looking at this generational warfare coming to an end at Final Gate, and this is kind of your first sign, along with, which we'll find out here in the next match, RED versus Team Toryumon. You have Sakamoto, SB Kento, Yoshida. They defeat Genki Horiguchi, Yokosuka, and Yasushi Kanda. Susumu taps out to the SB shooter, that asshole, still calling himself sexy boy and using a sharpshooter. He's gonna win heel of the year for me, Kay. There's no way I can't not give him that award. Every time I see him on the screen, his mere presence gets heat with me. It's real.
Just want him to have a Canadian flag somewhere, or just say Montreal. Just have the mic. Montreal.
No. It's gonna say like Sendai or some shit just to piss me off further.
No, he's gonna make. I want him to make a Montreal reference just for you.
I'm over the Montreal. I'm over the Montreal Screwjob. All right, of 1997. It's all about the Jacksonville Screwjob of 2020. All right.
I mean, about the Golden Screwjob.
You need to stop being so 97 and late, and get with the times. All right.
What?
I was trying to make a dumb 2000 and late reference, but
no, I got what you were doing.
It seems like it was so lame. It didn't hit right.
No, that was perfect.
So, SB Dickhead over here taps out Yokosuka, and this kind of cues another generational fracture of a final gate match in which either RED or Team Toryumon, the loser splits the faction. It disintegrates. And being with the creation of Team Boku with Naruki Doi, and now going by Boku R Ultimo Dragon, or it's like Bokultomo. Bokultomo. It's fucking Big Shimizu dressed as Ultimo Dragon. It's really funny.
It's Boku R Dragon.
So yeah, that's what led here. BB Hulk and Kai, I guess we're kind of running in the two house shows together, or the Kyoto show and the KBS Hall show together, with this Sendai show, because they're all kind of telling the same story. BB Hulk and Kai defeated KZ and Yamato, 25 minutes, 16 seconds. I thought the title match was okay. It definitely didn't live up to the expectations of these four guys together. And the larger story here is Yamato, with yet another tag partner, fails to win the tag titles, which is a good story in itself.
I like the match purely for the BB Hulk and Kai just beating on Yamato, and not even letting him tag his partner in for most of the match, just making sure he's the only one in the ring, tormenting him, beating him up, just making a fool of him and clowning on him. And the match itself, like you said, was kind of flat, but I think that story there has me more interested, so I didn't hate the match as a whole.
No, I didn't hate it at all. It was still totally fine. Nice little 3-star match. It's fine. Like I said, I expected more. Because we remember the last tag match, Yamato was with Kota Minoura, and Minoura and Yamato kind of weren't on the same page. Minoura wasn't going to tag him in. That turned out to be the downfall of the team. This time Yamato's in the match, and now he can't tag out. So the script was kind of flipped on him. So the story was all there. And then in between I believe it was at KBS Hall and Kyoto, it established the new contenders for the BB Hulk and Kai's tag titles. It's Team Mochifuji. It's goddamn Don Fuji and Mochizuki. The 50-year-olds are gunning for these tag titles, and they are having a fun time going for them too. They're dancing around the ring. Fuji's found charisma like he's in his 30s. They're just old men having fun. It's super, super fun. I want them to beat these douchebags so bad. So I'm looking forward to that match at Final Gate.
I want the douchebags to beat them up with like wheelchairs and shit.
They should come out during their intro in wheelchairs to mock BB Hulk and Kai, or the heels do it. Either way.
Oh yeah, no, the heels should definitely. They should bring
I gotta see some wheelchairs.
They should have a wheelchair. They should maybe have a walker. They just need to bring those out to the ring.
Tennis balls on the bottom and everything.
oh yeah, the whole 9 yards. Maybe with the little dispenser on the side for them to hold their bags and stuff. Just the whole 9 yards.
Wear fanny packs that say like their dates they debuted on, just to show how old they are.
Oh I love this idea. Listen, Kai and BB Hulk are the best douchebag.
Well, clearly
tag
they
team.
listen to the podcast, and they'll obviously do this angle. So
If they do, I'm going to pop so hard for just that alone.
and then we got Okada defending the Brave Gate title at Final Gate against it's not Gamma, it's name's slipping me right now. But they did an angle on a house show, which is fine. It does its job. It's I wouldn't worry too much about it. So Final Gate is coming up, I believe, upon recording this next weekend.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I'm very excited for that.
Also, I don't know if you watched the last KBS Hall match or show, but I just wanted one sort of takeaway from that. It was the Dragon Gate generation sort of warfare. It was Shun Skywalker and I guess his new faction against KZ and everyone else. There was a stare down with Shun Skywalker and Ben K. There was also a bit of an exchange with the two.
Mm-hmm.
They kept it brief, but gave you enough to get you excited. But I think the big thing was Shun Skywalker pinned KZ clean, like it was nothing.
Skywalker's pinning everybody. KZ's eating some pins, which is fine. He had his title shot. I don't think he's.
I was just surprised.
I don't think he's
by
buried.
it,
He's far from it.
No. It's like the Momo thing, man. He's not buried. He's still fine. He'll win the belt at some point. He's not written off just yet. But I think I was surprised that he pinned him because I think there was at least another person. I forget who else was in the match. I think Yamato was in the match. Like you could have pinned a number of other people, and they chose to have him pin KZ. And I think that's a big deal. I think it's maybe give him a bit more of a boost going into this Final Gate match with Ben K. She's beating Ben K, by the way. I don't think that's without any doubt. You're not building the star to have him lose to someone just right away.
I don't know. Dragon Gate is very bold with a lot of their decisions lately, especially in 2020. I am not putting anything by them for bold choices. It's Final Gate. If this was Kobe World, I wouldn't have a question or doubt in my mind. But this is Final Gate. Shit happens at Final Gate.
Sure, but I just don't think Shun Skywalker doesn't get a single successful defense. I don't think he doesn't. You're building this guy, giving him his own faction.
You don't think he's pulling up BB Hulk on us?
No, I don't see that happening.
Okay.
I think he'll defend. I think he'll defend it, and I think what's going to happen more is this is going to build to a bigger story with Ben K and him.
No, I think you're right. I'm just trying to. Anyways, do I play Naito's music?
Okada's music. His music's better than him at this point, but his music's great.
I don't have Okada's theme song.
What?
Don't have it.
Why? What?
Look, man.
That's
Look. Kind of want to play. You know what? Naito's champion. We're heading into the Tokyo Dome. I'm gonna do it anyways. You know, for as long as I've been doing this podcast, I really should have the fucking coin flip intro.
yeah. I was like shocked. You don't have Okada's intro, but like, isn't he been on top for like how long now? You think you? I'm just shocked by that.
Look, man. Look, come on. Things.
Whose intro were you using all this time outside of Naito?
I'd use Minoru Suzuki, Will Ospreay. It was Kenny Omega for a while. Naito. So, yeah, there's a Naito. Anyways. Super J Cup happened. Okay, I watched this thing. It slowly, like, phased into the background. This was a tournament of, like, 2-star matches, 2.5-star matches. If there isn't an allegory better for New Japan in 2020, it's El Phantasmo punching dude in the dicks after a ref bump and winning the Super J Cup.
What? That's lame.
Dude. Like, Blake Christian got his nose busted open and he had to go to the next match. ACH playing the gritty old veteran isn't something I'd expect to say, but that's where he's at in his career. Chris Bay was all right. Like everything was just okay. It was fine. Like I wasn't offended. But anytime El Phantasmo came on the screen, it went to that Bullet Club heel thing that is like a requirement for every single heel in New Japan. It's ref bump, dick hit, pin. It never fails.
What's worse is they have 2 heel factions now, don't they? They have Osprey's thing,
3,
and then they have
if you
this.
include Suzuki-gun.
Oh my! Suzuki-gun doesn't do this stuff, from what I gather.
Yeah, I mean, anyways. So, if it was like one match and maybe ELP lost the second one, be fine with it. But it was... I watched it happen 3 times, including the finals. So, I do not recommend the Super J Cup. Incredibly disappointed. I was so let down. The more it went on and the more I saw El Phantasmo, the more I was just picking up my phone. And that third dick hit, I threw my hands up in the air and go, well, this was a waste of time. Which, by the way, we didn't fucking bring up Triplemania at the top of the show.
Oh no, we didn't.
I will have to play Kenny Omega's music again, and we'll talk about it after New Japan because that's more interesting. So here we go. World Tag League and BOSJ Finals. Every match was an angle building up to the matches at the Tokyo Dome. So it was a lot of interference. It was a lot of heel manager stuff. Jeff Cobb's challenging Shingo. He attacked him after the match. Okada, Osprey had their exchange. Tanahashi is going to be taking on the Great Okan, which is an interesting choice for the Dome of all places. I would have definitely preferred Tanahashi doing something else, but I expect him to lose that match at the Dome, to be honest. And then we got to the Tag League Finals, which was Finley and Juice Robinson against Guerrillas of Destiny. And match was okay until ref bump, distraction finish. Kenta comes in, cracks Juice over the head with the case, and Guerrillas of Destiny are winners. So that kind of made me feel like I wasted my time. That turned out to be like a 2.5-star match in the end. And luckily, it all came... And the way I watched this was because I knew how New Japan would do this show. It's basically their last show before the Dome. They're going to run a bunch of angles. It's going to be a lot of that interference bullcrap. So I initially watched that, and then I put it off to the side for the whole day. So then I go into the World Tag League Finals and the BOSJ Finals separately the next day with a fresh, clear mind. Way better. Because when I watched Hiromu take on El Desperado, that match was one of the best New Japan matches of the year. And I guarantee if I would have watched that show all in one shot, I would not have been as high on the match as I was. Because it had everything I loved in a Super Juniors match, including limb work. I love me some limb work, and I love a match dedicated to it. And El Desperado, for 20 minutes, was going after Hiromu's leg. And personal preference, if Hiromu would have just sold this leg more, as opposed to do it, because I'll give you an example, Kay. Whenever there's limb work done, and then they go minutes on end without doing the limb work, I can suspend my disbelief that the leg got better, and now the guy can do his flips. I don't require a whole lot. The less it's worked, the more it kind of regenerates its health, if you will. Put it in a video game term. Fair enough?
No, I think I hold the same belief on that.
Okay. So, he's going for this stretch muffler constantly in the match. And Hiromu kind of sells it, but then when it's convenient to do his flippy shit, torpedo dives, the leg it's ignored. I go, okay. It bugs me. Not a 5-star match anymore. That's fine. I'll still vastly enjoyed it. And I did. I thought this match was awesome. So, cut to the ref bump, because it's a heel in New Japan, they have to do it. Hiromu is about to basically put Desperado away, right? Desperado shoves Hiromu into the ref goes down, low blow big time, and the camera zooms in on Desperado with this Joker smile on his face. And I'm like, okay, I don't like it, but the character is selling me on it. Because most New Japan characters make the referees look fucking stupid. Evil is a great example of that in 2020. Where
Evil is awful.
Where he will literally take the ref himself and chuck him into an exposed turnbuckle. That's dumb. This was causing Hiromu to go into the ref. So maybe the ref didn't... I could suspend my disbelief on that part. It's a dirty tactic. I can deal with it. So the camera zooms in on Desperado, and Desperado's going in for the kill. Hiromu counters this, puts Desperado down, and immediately goes for the mask. This is old school lucha shit. I love it. You fuck me over, I'm going for your goddamn mask. So he rips the shit out of this thing. It's like half torn off his face. The bottom part's the only thing left. Desperado, and we've seen Desperado had this happen to him in the past, where the guy goes for his mask, takes it off, and he just punches his lights out, picks up the mask off the ground, casually just puts it back on. So Desperado has character work in the past where it doesn't really bother him that the mask is off. He's not afraid to expose his face, unlike a traditional luchador. So his mask is torn off, and he's like, "You motherfucker went after my mask." Like the audacity of him, the guy who just cheated, right? So he takes the rest of the mask off, gives him the big "you piece of shit" finger, and they go to blows. It is awesome. The crowd audibly reacts to it. You can just imagine a place of 5,000 plus people losing their fucking minds, just like me at home. This last 10 minutes was like I was on Cloud 9 watching a Match of the Year candidate. This was fucking awesome. This, without question, is in my top 10 New Japan matches of the year. I absolutely adored this match. Hiromu does win the match in the end with Time Bomb 2. Desperado has the biggest match of his career. I love Despy. I love what he does. He's a very unique guy. I think they could do more with in New Japan. And he's had a sneaky good year. He had the really good match with Shingo for the Never title. He had a decent BOSJ run, and now he's here main eventing Budokan Hall, whom is going to see Keiji Muto and probably Ozaki versus Utami for Stardom. I can't even say it with a straight face.
Yeah, you should be able to say it with a straight face. If that happens, I'm not watching Stardom anymore. That would be my line.
Okay. So, yeah, great match. Highly recommend. And now we're ELP challenged Hiromu for a match at the Dome. So we're doing that on night 1. Ishimori, Hiromu, probably night 2. There we go. Those are my thoughts over New Japan. Too much interference. Really sick of it. Nothing plays a story. The interference in the BOSJ Finals match played a story. That's all I ask. Just make it matter.
Yeah, I saw the Despy Hiromu match on your request because I didn't want to watch any New Japan because what you said, all the interference, all that stuff. I don't like wasting my time I can't get back. So New Japan doing this stuff makes me just not want to watch it or be invested at all. And and the thing was, I'm a new viewer and I don't want to watch this stuff because it's just so bad. So think about anybody else who's trying to get into New Japan for the first time at this point in time. It's not worth it. They're going to be turned so off from this promotion. You're not bringing new fans in. It's awful. But like you, when I saw the ref bump, I was like, oh no. But then he had the grin. I was like, okay, you're crazy. I can dig this. The mask was great. The last 10 minutes, like you said, was just hitting the hell out of each other. The finish was great. The crowd was reacting. Oh my God, the crowd's not dead. This crowd actually reacts to stuff. Hey, New Japan, maybe take notes. The crowd likes good matches, not bullshit. Somebody, Okada, somebody in the back needs to sit Gato down and have an intervention. It's like, listen, I know you like your bullshit, but can we not? anymore.
Can we just not anymore? All right. So after gushing about that, let me play the Omega drop one more time on the show. I know I played it earlier, but we can't forget about Triplemania. So here we go.
The one wing angel screams. It fuels my hopes and dreams. The best promotion.
All right. So AAA Triplemania, a really, really fun night. If I do say so myself.
It was quite enjoyable. I am very new to Lucha, so I didn't understand some of the stories going into this, or why certain people were as weird. Like that, the killer clown guy, I don't get.
Psycho clown, murder clown.
Psycho clown. What? I don't get any of that. I'm like, okay.
Oh, and before I forget, Dragon Gate got the point. By the way, one good match doesn't make up for a bad tournament that I watched. So.
No, I feel like they should get double the points because they didn't waste your time.
Well, I mean, anyways. Yeah, headlined by Chessman Pagano, Hair versus Hair, where they just went out, had a 4-star car crash, is the best way I can put it.
That's a very accurate way of putting that.
Like, dude. Yeah, they were really adamant about trying to murder themselves. Like, they were slipping off.
Ladder.
They were, oh man. They tried to break all the ladders. They broke a ladder before they even used it.
I was laughing. This was some like TNA hardcore stuff, and they just broke the ladder before they even got it out.
That was great. They're slipping off ropes. They're like, at one point, Chessman does a suicide dive onto a pile of chairs head first, and then he blades. I believe it was Pagano has a guitar and he just turns around and nails Hugo, the commentator. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? It was so absurd.
I was like, he just nails the commentator. Like, whoa, dude! Like he wasn't even part of the match.
Yeah, the women's rumble was fine, I guess. The wrestling was really bad. I will say that. Hades, my new favorite women's wrestler, I'm pretty sure. She was eliminated like almost immediately. She came out in just the best like Japanese style like cat mask, and she even had a tail. And she was out in like a minute. It was so sad. Not a chance in the world.
So good. Her and Shani had the best her, Shani, and who was the other one? The
Fabi Apache.
The one in green. No, Fabi was great. I like Fabi.
I think Fabi was easily the best wrestler in that match. Like, no question.
I mean, it pays being trained by Aja Kong.
Well,
you know. Who was the one in green? The green one. She was also wearing quite the outfit.
Well, there were two Exoticas in the match. Not
the Exoticas.
There was
the
Lady.
One in green
There was Lady Hydra, and there was.
I believe that's the one in green. The one having her ass was hanging out the entire time.
Yeah, she has a very gigantic hips. To say the least.
She was wearing I don't know if you would call that a skirt, because that certainly was not a skirt. It was a unique attire, especially compared to the rest of the wrestlers.
Yeah, so the opener was really fun with Iguana Man. That was cool. Just goofy lucha shit happening, bunch of dives. I had fun watching it. The big two matches that I'll take away and remember for a while is the 3-way tag for the tag titles. Lucha Bros, Mercenarios of Rey Scorpion and Tejano against Octagon Jr. and Mystices. Octagon, the former Golden Magic, and Mystices Jr. I fucking loved everything that Octagon and Mystices did in this match, especially when they fucking did a barbed wire bat thing to Penta's leg to take him out for the rest of the match, and it led to the finish where he comes back with the cast on. Lucha Bros do their little double team move, and they win. I was like, cool. It was a fun little story. I got to see Octagon and Mystices and Rey Fenix flip all over the place, and you had Mercenarios play the big heavies. Their roles are really done. That was my favorite match of the night, but I think the best match of the night kind of goes to Omega Laredo Kid. Do you feel the same way?
Yes, the tag match was a whole lot of fun. But the Kenny Omega match was the best match of the card. I don't know what I was expecting with this, because I have never seen Laredo Kid before, because not ever watching Lucha. He didn't do half bad. I feel like we not already known Kenny was the belt collector as his new shtick. I feel like I'd have believed him losing it more.
Well,
but it was
if
hard
this
to believe
was in
any
a
of the
promotion not
near
AAA where they actually give a shit about the titles, I would have believed Laredo Kid was winning. That's where I come from.
Right. I just think I think because of that took a little bit away from the match for me because I couldn't believe any of the near falls. Because I was like, yeah, but he's the belt collector. They're not going to make that a shtick and him not sort of live up to that and lose a belt that he has. And so that sort of took it away from me, but I do think the match itself was good. It wouldn't go 5 stars, maybe 4 for me.
I want to say it's the second best match in Mexico I've seen this year.
I haven't seen a whole lot of matches in Mexico, so
dude, do I have a mask versus mask for you? Mask versus mask match to watch this year.
Oh, I mean, I have a lot of stuff I need to rewatch and watch for the end of the year show. So
yeah, you need to see this match. It is a legit match of the year contender for me, and it's the best match in Mexico without a question in my mind. But anyways, regardless, yeah, I love the shenanigans that were involved. Like the best thing about Lucha Libre is the shenanigans part. Like you just expect it because it's Mexico. Because whenever you just go, why is Vikingo doing a reverse Poison Rana from the top rope with an extra corkscrew? What do you mean why? It's cool.
I like that. I just like listen. It just looks cool. Just deal with it.
Yeah. Why is Vikingo out there on a forklift jumping off a set of tires with Laredo Kid onto Omega and Nakazawa? Well, because it's cool. But why? What do you mean,
ask
why?
Questions. Enjoy the shenanigans.
Yeah, why are you asking all these questions? They're out there. They have to dive off the tall thing. Duh.
Yeah, listen. Take that switch. Turn your
Now,
brain
to be
off.
fair,
It
actually did play a part after Omega won. Omega called out Vikingo for getting involved, so they're gonna have a title match now. I hope that fucking takes place on Dynamite.
I mean, is it Mexico into like a heavy lockdown? Wouldn't there be no way
kind of basically
and Dynamite to do it? I guess at this point,
dude, get Vikingo on Dynamite. I will record that shit and watch it 5 times over. Vikingo against Omega.
and it's like everything just goes to Florida right now, right? I'm pretty sure the Super Bowl is gonna be played in Florida because Florida's the only place open. So sure, have that match on Dynamite. I mean, it's not like Florida has any more cases of coronavirus they need. Sure, add more.
Yeah. So I don't have much else to say about Triplemania match. I mean, there was a Terminator dive that Omega does where Nakazawa is supposed to catch him. It's fucking splats on the floor. I'm like, that looked like it sucked.
Oh yeah, it hurt. I was like, oh man, and doesn't he have like a messed up shoulder or something? That did not look
yeah, he does. So I'm sure that felt even better. There was another dive in the Psycho Circus match against LA Park. Yes, the WCW LA Park, Blue Demon and Hio, where Murder Clown goes for a fucking tope. This dude's huge. He goes for a tope, and he doesn't even come close to making it over, and he looks like he's gonna just go head first onto the ground, and LA Park fucking saves his ass from death. So it's not a lucha show unless multiple people almost try to kill themselves.
Yeah, I enjoyed what I was watching. Now, granted, I couldn't pay attention to it fully because of the camera cuts. A lot of those camera cuts would give me a bit of a headache.
No, it was the yellow. It was the yellow canvas that really hurt my eyes.
Yeah, it was a mixture of that and there was a few times where there was a pin made and they'd go to 3 different cuts all in one go, and that just I can't my own sort of motion sickness with some of that kind of doesn't work for me. It gives me a headache, makes me a little sick feeling. So there was some of the stuff where I couldn't constantly be paying attention. But what I was able to pay attention to was very good, very fun.
All right, that was Triplemania. Nice little short review. Now for a lot of retro, and when we come back, it's Wrestler Rankings. All right, Kay, it's time to talk about some retro wrestling.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's our second to last podcast episode of the year 2020. We got...
It's been a wild year.
Been a wild year, and I feel like we've learned a lot on this retro journey.
I sure have, that's for sure.
Let's not waste any more time. We got All Japan Women's Classics here. Samurai TV, Puroresu Dream, and the whatnot. Episode 34. But first, this episode actually spurred on a bit of a binge for me. Okay, and that was one Tateno of the Jumping Bomb Angels.
Story of Tateno, yes.
So, and we'll get to why that spurred on, because you went through like a Cutie Suzuki phase not too long ago yourself.
Yeah, I went through like a 2-week period where that's all I wanted to watch, and all I ended up watching was just anything I could get my hands on of Cutie Suzuki. So I can sympathize with wanting to binge a particular wrestler.
Yeah, so I was very motivated to kind of see a small little progression of Tateno, and I came to the conclusion that the Jumping Bomb Angels, of course, were very exciting. This isn't news. But in the early stages of their kind of tag team run, I would say Yamazaki was the better wrestler early on. I would say she was faster, she had the better cardio, she had the bigger star power. But then, as they got into the later stages of the late 80s, particularly when they went over to wrestle in the States and they came back with the denim and they were bigger for it, I think that was the big turning point where Tateno really picked up her game and surpassed Yamazaki as a singles wrestler. Is this a controversial opinion of one Jumping Bomb Angels?
I don't think it is. Like, I remember you telling me this, and I went and tried to look up more of an opinion on the same thing, because I kind of saw that too a little bit, and it seems to be a very widely regarded opinion, even in Japan. Tateno was the popular one. She was always the popular one, but she wasn't the best wrestler between the two in the start. And when she pulled ahead, it was kind of lights out from there.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a reason why Tateno is the only one of the two to win any singles championships.
And it's also worth noting that Yamazaki, when she retired, she didn't really continue her wrestling career, while Tateno did, more or less.
Right. Tateno was weird, though, because then she retired and she came back for like 2 shows way late in the 2000s. And she did come back a lot. And I think it says the fact that she was popular enough to come back. And I think Yamazaki just wasn't popular enough without Tateno next to her to do that same thing.
You gotta have the it factor star power, and if you don't have that, then kind of hurts the overall aura of the wrestler. But so that's what was coming across to me. So I watched a few matches, and the one that really stuck out to me the most, tried watching the early singles, their little junior runs, the AJW title runs, with Chigusa Nagayo and Tateno kind of going at it as young teenagers. Not very exciting, very, very mat-based. Chigusa Nagayo is very much in control. Don't recommend those.
No. And if I were to make a comparison with the Jumping Bomb Angels, I think one's the Sean, the other's the Marty.
No.
I think in terms of notoriety, one of them is much more popular. And I'm not talking in-ring wise. I'm talking about notoriety. When you think the teams, one of them comes to mind first, and the other one comes to mind second, right? I think that's.
I understand. I'm just really over that comparison of a tag team, and then you got to have one. One is it always comes back to the fucking Rockers. I'm really over that comparison. I got to find.
Okay, one's the Matt, one's the Jeff.
I'm gonna start coming. Even then, no, not really. But I'm gonna start comparing everyone to the Jumping Bomb Angels. Who's the Tateno? Who's the Yamazaki? That's what I'm gonna do now.
I'll do the same. I like that way of thinking.
So there. Yeah, I ended up watching. You watched it with me. The Jaguar Yokota Devil Masami tag team up against the Jumping Bomb Angels from January 30th, 1984, and it's really the earliest match I have seen of Team JBA here, and they're against a couple of my favorites. So this was an easy win for me. This match wasn't in the classics when we covered it, so kind of the end of the generation, beginning of a new one. since it's 1984, it's still very technical based style, but because the Jumping Bomb Angels are involved, it has that mixture of go go go. So a very good example of old generation versus the new.
And Jaguar was also very much different than the typical mat base. I think that was more Masami that was doing most of the mat stuff, if memory serves. Because Yokota was like all over the place.
Well, here's the thing. When we watched like Yokota versus Masami, and we kind of watched the Jackie Sato matches, they're very much more mat based. There's a moment here or there where you're just like, holy shit, Jaguar Yokota can fly? All right, I'm down. But when they get in there with Jumping Bomb Angels, there's a lot of things that just stick out to me. Yamazaki's the bigger standout at this point because of her insane cardio. And what I describe insane cardio, it is drop kicking Yokota like nuts. Tateno does flying clotheslines right afterwards. And what sticks out here is Yokota was in the entire time. Down, up, down, up, down, up. Keeping up with it by herself. Very surprising to me. Then Masami has a couple spots in this match where she's showing off her just massive amount of power that really separates her from everyone else in Japan. Lifts Yamazaki up over her head, even teasing throwing her out of the ring to the floor to the crowd, which gasps even me. And then there's one from the corner in which she walks and then just drops her in the middle. Just crazy power, very impressive strength spots from Masami, which is what she was known for, as well as also being like the Japanese female Undertaker later in her career. We'll get to that point. But yeah, the tag maneuvers JBA did in unison for the time was fun. You know, the double drop kicks. You could compare them to the Rockers in a lot of ways, or the Fantastics, or, you know, any of these other, you know, flippy, fast-paced tag teams of the 80s just killing the business. You know, really, really motivating teams like the Young Bucks and Hardy Boys. Just you know, wrestling's over, forget about it. I think it all starts at Jumping Bomb Angels here.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely an innovative tag team in Japan, especially, and just in general. Like, I think there's a reason why they're so remembered. Like, them and the Crush Gals are like the two remembered ones. And then you have to really you have to be someone like in the know to know about Black Pair and Beauty Pair, even though they're just as important to the history of women's wrestling in Japan and AJW as a whole. But it says something that the Crush Gals and JBA are the first to come to mind when you think of historical tag teams. Yeah.
And probably them going to America and becoming stars over there while the Crush Gals just crushed Japan on their own. I think that did wonders in the end. So the match ends with double sunset flips by the JBA, but of course, our big 70s stars over here kick out of them, and then they do, in unison themselves, the most deadly of moves in Japanese wrestling, the German suplex, and they pin JBA.
It's so funny how that just finishes almost any match. It's like the German suplex is like the ultimate transition move and finisher at the same time in Japan.
It's great. And anytime we see a German, we're just like, impossible, how did they kick out?
This is simply not possible mathematically.
Yeah. So let's get on to episode 34 here from the classics. It is from Ota Ward Gymnasium. It is from July 19th, 1989. This is 3 months after Chigusa's retirement, and this place is noticeably empty.
Did you tell she was popular?
You could tell as my cat jumps off the mic stand. Our first match is the Honey Wings, the team of Kaoru Maeda and Takashita. They are up against one Mima Shimoda and Hiromi Hasegawa. I think we should recognize at least 3 of these 4 names if you are in your historical Joshi mindset. Kaoru Hurricanrana rolls up Hasegawa. High speedo match as usual. Not a lot from Shimoda here, and a lot of silence from the crowd. Very noticeable as well.
Yeah, it also doesn't help that these teams weren't exactly over at this point. I don't think either of them actually get over like tag teams we would see in the past. Because even like the Fire Jets would get over. And
to an
these
extent.
2 teams are still like the newer. These teams are like the newer era of the tag teams and like the next generation, and very noticeable that they're not as over. And there's a reason why you kind of like you said, 3 names, but really there's like 2 names that people get to know more. That's Kaoru and Shimoda, really.
Yeah. And Shimoda, we just didn't see a lot from, so the opinion will stand. Our next match is Etsuko Mita, one Dream Orca member. Remember this tag team going forward for sure. Versus Miori Kamiya. I like this match, Kay.
It was good.
Miori is all kicks. Really facing up the cover-up bitch mode there. It's just like, God, get off. Etsuko is a bit awkward here, but can hang with the high speedo style. Lots of cardio running and misses and dodges. Missed knee out of the corner is the big spot, and this is where Etsuko rolls up Miori schoolboy style to barely get the pin. And I love this. They get chippy afterwards. More of this in my wrestling, please. You gotta be upset with the loss, but you don't need to, like, beat up the person. Just get a little chippiness, get a little ice on your shoulder. Don't shake the hands. Maybe push him out. There's a ref separation. And then this is when we have Etsuko just going, like, arm up, like, I won, motherfucker, get out of my face.
I was about to mention the chippiness. Even during the match, there was a bit of chippiness here and there. I think some of that might have been shoot, kinda, because Mita was getting kicked pretty hard. It kind of felt like a bit of a shoot there for a few times. But it did get very chippy.
Worked.
And you mentioned the cardio. The cardio was nuts. Just go, no stop.
Yeah, high speedo style, man. That's where it's at. So yes, Dream Orca member Etsuko Mita. Remember the name. And this is the match where I got on my Tateno binge here. So this is an 8-woman tag match. The teams are Norio Tateno, Yumi Ogura, Reibu Namada, and Manami Toyota versus Bull Nakano's group. Bull Nakano, Kumiko Iwamoto, Aja Kong, and Nobiko Kimura.
Future Bison Kimura.
Yes. What was Bull Nakano's group called? The Atrocious Alliance, I believe?
Yes, that's what the Japanese translation was. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but that's what it translates to, yes.
Okay, Atrocious Alliance. Tateno is noticeably in orange and black. Her teammates are all in pink. Very tough to tell who was who. Even though Reibu Namada has the Chinese characters on her back, until you see that, you just don't know who is who. Except one Norio Tateno. It's also tough because the camera never focused completely, so it was very hard to tell from that perspective. But Tateno was definitely the focus of this match against Bull's group. Obviously going for a push in a Bull Nakano feud. So very important.
Right. I don't remember what becomes of the feud. I do know she feuds with Aja early on.
The white belt, where this goes.
Yes, that's how she gets the white belt. Yes. Yeah. As for the people, so I went back and tried to rewatch this to kind of get a better who is who.
Mm-hmm.
We don't see any Manami Toyota. Manami Toyota is the one in the basic pink with nothing on it.
Right.
The one with the pink with kind of designs kind of baked into it that you can barely see was Ogura. And obviously you met the Chinese character one that was Rainbow. We obviously knew who Tateno was. We saw none of rookie Manami Toyota. I was very sad.
So, notably was Aja Kong busting out the trash can for the first time that we're aware of. And there's a small brawl on the outside of the ring. And hilariously, Aja Kong just saunters around, gives each opponent a good thump with the trash can, like El Kabong style, but just a nice little bonk tap. Gets in the ring, taps Tateno twice with the trash can, which is funny. I love the thump thump. And then,
how she was doing it too, because now she like blasts people with it. At that point, she was just lightly bonking them.
Yeah, it came across as quite funny. They're still denting the trash can, but it's really funny. Tateno gets a good Northern Lights suplex, but the ref was occupied with Bull, and this is where it gets interesting. Tateno slaps the shit out of the ref, right? And he remembers this.
There's an edge.
Yes, Tateno gets an edge, comes across like a little like a badass. She's a ring general at this point in her career, way much over probably anyone else in this ring. I am including Yumi Ogura in that conversation. for sure. There's a lot of crash and burn spots from Tateno, as in either it's Bull Nakano moving out of the way, getting pulled out of the way by her team. Bull quickly hits a move, and the ref fast counts the pin like a asshole and ruins Tateno's victory here. And this plays very much into a long-term story. Unfortunately, we only see like 4 minutes of this match, and it was like 22 minutes.
We saw, I'd say less than 4 minutes of it. It felt like it was like we saw next to none of it. Like I said, we saw none of Rookie Manami Toyota. She clearly was in the ring at some point. We saw none of it. I didn't think we even saw any of Bison Kimura either. She just hung out on the side.
Well, I mean, she was playing
about
interference a lot of the time, and that's kind of what the Atrocious Alliance was. I have a feeling that a couple of these people, like Kimura and Iwamoto, were part of the masked group if the foreigners couldn't be there. You remember that little thing that they were doing in '88?
I remember that. I don't think Bison was, because she came out the same time out of the dojo, the same time as Aja. That's why they were so tightly packed together as a tag team and everything. The other one I probably bet on, she seemed like she's probably been there for a while and just was a nothing wrestler, just there.
So yeah, unfortunately, we didn't see a whole hell of a lot of this, but the important thing to take away is the Tateno Bull Nakano feud and heading into Aja Kong, because when we get to 1990, that's when things really pick up for a lot of the youngins in All Japan Women, because as we find out, everyone's fucking retired.
Shocker.
Kickboxing match, Toshio Yamada versus Ana Maria Tenkate. Dog shit shoot fighting in rounds, 11 minutes in total. Hard skip. I don't even want to talk about it.
So, I'll briefly mention one thing about these stupid kickboxing things, because I think this might be the first time we're covering this, right?
No, it's happened before.
AJW? Okay. So, because this was a thing that they were doing. I want to say they were doing it before New Japan was doing the shoot fight thing, but I could be wrong. I don't know much about this point in New Japan, so correct me if I am wrong on that. But they were doing it because the two people, the Matsunaga brothers that were running AJW, wanted to integrate MMA because they thought it was going to make them look more badass and make more money.
Yes, that was the same mindset for New Japan.
And they wanted to try to spin this off into a separate side promotion. That never happened, obviously. But they wanted to do that. And we would see something like that exist later on in LLPW to varying degrees of success. But it's bad, it's stupid, and fuck them for doing this. It's not good. It hurts the wrestlers for no reason, and it just looks like bad. It killed the crowd, too. The crowd had almost no interest in this.
Yeah, it's absolute dog shit. So, moving on, 3 WA tag titles on the line. Marine Wolves, the champions, versus the Fire Jets, your two up-and-coming tag teams here. More established Marine Wolves at this point. It's Akira Hokuto and Suzuka Minami taking on One Hota and Mitsuku Nishiwaki. So, the story goes, the Marine Wolves won the vacant titles at some point after the Crush Gals vacated them due to Chigusa Nakayo's retirement. Okay? So then the video does a hard cut to that particular match where they won the titles. Hokuto has a rough 60 seconds here. Almost to the point of comedy. Because it was so bad. Into the ropes, missed kicking Hota off the apron, whiffs on a kick to Nishiwaki, whiffs on a drop kick, then goes for a dragon suplex and just gets splatted on her face because she couldn't get her over. Still gets the first fall. Big woof from me.
It's funny because I think had Hokuto had to play to the 25-year-old rule, she'd not be talked about right now. Nobody would talk about her. I think she got lucky the fact that she didn't have to play to that because she was able to get better later on in her career.
Right, yeah. I don't know who the Rambo-looking duo were exactly, but I'm just going with it was the Fire Jets just looking different. I'm probably wrong. I think
that's what it was.
I'm probably wrong, but that's just what I'm going for here.
That might have been it. I don't know. They were weird. They had wearing the berets and everything too.
Yeah. So first fall in our match did come quick. Hokuto and Suzuka double team Nishiwaki with a couple suplexes, a Vader bomb by Hokuto, which comes across as kind of funny from a woman as small as she is.
At the time, especially.
Yeah. Nishiwaki has second thoughts on a just on whatever move that she was going for is kind of funny. Gives an assisted senton with Hokuto and then misses, and then another splat German suplex by Hokuto gets another fall. So yeah. Despite a couple Hota misses throwing her partner Nishiwaki, still rope ricochet rolls up Hokuto. This was fall 2. We're in the main match here, by the way, if that wasn't clear. Long figure four hold in the ring for the Marine Wolves. Not very exciting stuff. Hokuto's suplexes are not good.
No, she's barely even able to get them down.
This is a rough summer for one Akira Hokuto. Suzuka, however, gets them up and over properly. Nice little tilt-a-whirl backbreaker, too. So good on you, Suzuka Minami. You are better than Akira Hokuto at this point in time.
It's hilarious to see that night sight.
Hokuto gain control, uses her power, lots of powerbomb type flips up and over, good looking German suplex. Hokuto gets ragdolled around, including a stiff looking mid rope elbow from Hota. Hota is no fucking joke in this match.
No, she is not.
Tiger pile driver, and then a tiger bomb gets the pin. A very, very rough match. Fire Jets are your winning team. New champions.
So it's funny that you say Suzuka Minami was better at this point. It's funny because she never got a push like she was better. This kind of goes back into the every tag team that they make in AJW. One of them is already pegged from the start to be the standout, and the other one's the supporting character. Very obvious that they saw a lot of things in Hokuto, and Hokuto got more opportunities as a result. She got better as a result because she got more opportunities. But at this point, Suzuka Minami was way better. Hokuto looked so rough. It's like, wow, in 5 years, you're about to have a 5-star classic with Minami Toyota. Just think about that.
And I don't think Suzuka Minami is, I think she stays in the under to mid card throughout the rest of her career. And I believe Nishiwaki retires in about 91, 92, so she's not long herself. Maybe those two can team up for a tag team.
I think hers is injuries, because I think at the point we hit in the 90s, they stopped the rule when she retires. The rule stops. She retires from injuries, I think.
Right. And that brings us to our main event on this little journey here. It is the rematch of Medusa Maselli, yes, the Made in the USA one herself, against the champion, 3WA champion, Linus Asuka. This was built off the previous encounter where Nick Bockwinkel was the special guest referee, and Medusa had lost and ended the match. One more match, and this, well, you know what? I won't spoil the end. Very different looking Medusa here. Yellow 80s American Gladiator outfit. Almost looks like she's ready for some go-go dancing.
Right.
Short and straight hair and a ponytail. I like this look.
It's better than the last one. I wasn't a fan of the half-cut, like almost dress-looking thing she was wearing the last time she was wrestling Linus. It just looked weird. It was distracting.
She looked like she was ready for a fight here. Asuka looking like herself, still quite popular. Lock up early to start in this match. Trading kicks to feel each other out. This is where Medusa immediately set the pace that she wasn't going to go to grapples. She's going to go to strikes. Asuka getting loud chants from the crowd. Kate, are you aware Linus Asuka was popular?
I'm also aware that some of those Chikusa fans were probably also cheering for her in the last legs of her career.
Yeah, the half crowd.
It was louder than any chance that she's ever gotten, I think.
Yeah.
She got Chikusa chants.
After a big slap, Asuka gets her big swing in, goes for a suicide dive, but crashes and burns. She was going all out in this match. Asuka busted open on the outside. Medusa brawls with her. Back in the ring, Medusa with the sleeper hold. And then they get back to their feet. More brawl, standing up. Asuka stands tall with headbutts. I am into this match.
Was very, very good. I think this is a much better performance, too, from Medusa than her last one. I don't know how long she had spent in Japan up to this point, but it seems like she had to have spent a good bit there to have gotten this good this quick. I don't know how much time between this one and the last one. I don't think it was that long. Had it been maybe a month or two?
I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, she was flip flopping between WWF and WCW quite a bit in her career. But she would frequent Japan quite a bit, and this brings up a conversation I just kind of have in my own head where I don't know what it is, this obsession, and I'll give a good match example of this. So whenever you have these gaijin wrestlers come to Japan and they wrestle, they keep their style to an extent, but they switch to the Joshi, let's call it strong style, just to give it a name. They switch to the Japanese style, right? Bring in their little Western flavor to it. But if a Japanese person comes over to the West, all of a sudden they have to abide by this Western rule. In the old days, it was this grapple mat thing that's really boring. And in the modern era, they have to do this choreography match, to put it bluntly. It's an obsession that I don't understand why. Why,
So I think
why must it be like this? Is it a cultural thing? That's what I imagine it is.
I think it's a WWE thing, because if we're gonna use
It's not
AEW as an
WWE.
example,
It is
if we're
in
gonna-
all companies. It is in Ring of Honor, and the match I will bring up is Kelly Klein versus Mayu Iwatani. When they did the 5-star match, Kelly Klein is big gaijin scary girl going up against the Joshis, right? Much better match with Mayu. Mayu's doing her thing, what she's good at. What makes for a better match, in my opinion, obviously. Cut to Madison Square Garden, where it's the same two people in the ring, but they're doing the Western style, where it's this boring mat-based work, where the gaijin is in, or the Western wrestler is in control. It's mostly bad, and the Joshi wrestler can't do what they're good at all, and it comes across as choreography half the time as well. This,
So I'm gonna
what
try
we're
to-
looking
I'm
at
trying to
here
finish
is a
my
good
point.
example of Medusa being able to do a hybrid style for Lioness Asuka, and it worked out way better. Now, you were going to say something, Kate.
I was going to try to finish my point there. So I don't think it's WWE specifically like right then and there. I think it's also their influence on that being the case. Because if we look at ROH, well, don't they like to pull a lot from the established sort of lineage that WWE's sort of done for how wrestling is laid out and done? To some extent, at least at this point in ROH's career, when they did the Mayu and Kelly Klein thing, the indie version, like when they're a lot younger of a company. TNA does the same thing, or Impact would do the same thing. However, I think if we look at AEW, they don't do the same thing. Sheeta still very much can wrestle in the same style. She's just given limited opponents, so she can't do that. But when she's wrestling somebody, she can. Your Layla Hirsch's, your Rihos, your Nyla Roses. You start seeing her be able to bust out that same sort of style and sort of way that she would wrestle over in Japan. Granted, maybe to a slightly limited extent, but it seems like it's more her choice. Maybe her career, she's wrestled for so long, it'll kind of be a little easier on her body.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that in AEW with her when she's able to bust it out. I still do see that if you go and watch Asuka and then go watch Kana. There's two night and day examples right there. Like, even earlier in her career, she was much better than she is modern day.
Io Shirai in NXT is a good example of this just choreography type dilution is a good way to put it, I suppose, as well.
Right. I just think it's the influence that WWE has had on how the wrestling scene in the West has progressed as a whole that's made that more widespread. Again, AEW doesn't take from that formula, and so they don't do that.
Well, we definitely see it with a lot of the young Western wrestlers. You don't see it with Anna Jay, because she is a blank slate. The best example of someone I could use right now in this point in time is Big Swole, where she is all choreography and it breaks 90% of the time. It is not good. Penelope Ford, to an extent, was like that with a lot of her indie experience, where it's all choreography half the time. And if they want to have a longer match, it just has to break down to this boring mat style. Anyways, we're getting off topic here. Big powerbomb But Medusa bridges out of this, avoids Asuka's moonsault attempt. That got a good little pop out of me. Medusa
Why is
locks...
Asuka doing a moonsault?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Little homage to Chigusa Nagayo's title win, as I would imagine. Medusa locks in a nice-looking Mexican surfboard. Don't see a lot of those moves very often. Bring that move back, I say, a la Liger. Medusa's hair pulling, a blonde, now turned red hair look for some good visuals as they go to a test of strength. Asuka wins the test of strength, transitions into a delayed brainbuster, and gets the pin. Kind of a flat finish, but nice little exhaustion. I like the blood. That brought a good little element to it. Simpler times, ladies and gentlemen. And after the match, this is where the big conversation starts. Asuka vacates the title due to the mandatory retirement rule. She puts nobody over. Unbelievable, this company.
Right, it's funny the change in mindset they had because Yokota put people out over on the way out. So did Masami. So did several wrestlers prior to the popularity of the Crush Gals. Because the Crush Gals especially isn't putting anyone over. And I don't think that was a them decision as much as that was an AJW decision. Oh, we're not putting anyone over. Because at this point, JWP doesn't exist. So these people aren't going to have careers after this in their mind, in their brains, right? They don't think they have careers after this. So why would they need to be strong on the way out? Where are they going? I think it's a terrible mindset, and it ends up hurting them, right? Nobody becomes like a big star. Ones that do are ones that already are on their way up there, like your Bowls and your Manamis and your Ajas, people that end up finding other ways around that. Like you could have done something. I mean, I don't even know why you had to have Medusa be her last opponent. You could have done that with Bull Nakano. We just had that match, right? Prior to this. Why couldn't that been the retirement match?
Well, it's not even so much being the retirement match. It's the fact that the last match here is a title match in which she just vacates it.
Yeah, I mean, that plays into her not going on her back on the way out. I think it was they didn't want their moneymakers to look bad. I don't know why you would have that mindset where you're not going to be making money off of them anymore. That's the only way I can think about this because JWP doesn't exist right now at this point. Well, but they're not going anywhere else.
Well, they did this with the Crush Gals where they just vacated the tag title, so no tag champions have been made. So you've essentially you've elevated, and I use that term very loosely, mid-carders that aren't main eventers. And now the job is to perceive them as main eventers, even though the crowd and the fans don't see them that way. They're still mid-carders in their eyes. Now they just have a title. That they weren't good enough to win from the previous champions. The same thing here. Bull Nakano, yes, while popular, she wasn't the top wrestler in the company. She lost to Nagayo, she lost to Asuka, DQ or not. This isn't what they were doing even 5 years prior, because if you run down the list of their major stars that they retired, Dump Matsumoto put over Chigusa to get to the title wins, including the Crush Gals. Dump also helped put over what's her
Omori.
Yeah, Yukari Omori. Before, now they just happened to retire at the same time, but she did put someone over. Who did Omori put over on the way out? Nobody, right? She was kind of the start of all that. Who did Masami and Yokota put over? Well, they put over the Crush Gals and Jumping Bomb Angels in time. And Dump Matsumoto also put over Bull Nakano, not so much in the match, but giving over the top heel position, right? Because she was going out. You can track these retirements with people that they put over to take over the main event scene. Well, you can't really do that with the Crush Gals, Yamazaki of the Jumping Bomb Angels. You can't do that with Omori. It's crazy that their mindset was differentiated so much just in such a small period of time.
It doesn't make any sense. Like I keep saying, like you said, they put like Yokota and Dump and Devil Masami. They put people over on the way out.
And this wasn't just like 6 months before their retirement. It was like a full year or two. And then they created a feud with the people that they had already put over so they could draw money with them. That's a formula that had proven to work for the company. That's how Nagayo got over the way she did. That's how Asuka got over. That's how the JBA got over the way they did. And it created rivalries within it. What do we have coming out of this going into now the later end of 1989, headed into 90? You have nothing but these young 20-year-olds that aren't over, that aren't drawing power. It's nuts. They have to just push all these people, and yes, it does end up working out in a weird way, but not as quick or probably as big as it should have been.
Right. So I was trying to say, it doesn't make any sense. JWP does not exist at this point. It doesn't exist in the form that it existed when it got popular. Let me put it that way. It exists, but it's very much like not relevant at all, and they have no talent almost, right?
Right.
This is before they're about to split up into these two separate groups. And what not putting over their talent and making it have to take longer for them to put them over, like in the normal way. Like it took a while for Bull to get there, or not. It didn't take a long time, but it took longer than it would have if they've done something on the way out. Aja, Manami, stuff like that. It allowed companies like JWP to exist and then be immediately like hit the ground running by taking all of their already over talent that retired and putting it on their shows.
Right.
So you don't have to establish anybody. You already have people that you already established for them.
Yeah. So I don't remember, and I haven't looked this up, but clearly with the vacated red belt, the only singles close enough star to the top in the company at this point in time is Bull Nakano, and now they're in panic mode essentially, where they got to put over Norio Tateno. Those are your two, but as we mentioned, I believe they go straight for the white belt, because the red belt, I don't know who's going for the red belt. Is it Medusa?
No, I don't think it's Medusa. I think Bull holds it after this. I could be wrong, but Bull is like the only single star they have that's in any way established.
Right. Everyone else is far from being established. Is Hokuto is she number 3? Is she the closest? And we just discussed, she ain't looking good right now.
No, she's not. And if you look at it, if you look at what you would consider the 1, 2, and 3 at this point, Bull, Tateno, and Hokuto, only one of them ends up being a big star later on. Hokuto becomes a star, but she doesn't really win any singles belts her entire career. Or very many. She doesn't win the red belt. She wins belts in other companies, but she never wins the red belt. She never wins the big one. Tateno stops at the white belt and then just doesn't go anywhere after that. She retires and then comes back later.
Yeah.
She doesn't really get the push, right? Sure, you get Aja Kong comes up and, Manami Toyota comes up and stuff like that, but it took much longer for you to get to that point. And had you done the formula that you already knew worked, they'd have been over on while the Chigusa and Linus Asuka and Yamazaki were on the way out. It would have already had your next stars. And maybe JWP starts up, but maybe they have a hard time competing.
It's going to be very interesting how 1989 finishes out and how 1990 begins, because we know whom becomes the big in-ring stars, but how is something I'm very much going to enjoy witnessing and learning.
It's a very fun journey, because I don't think I've ever seen, at least from start to finish, how these people get to that point.
Yeah, and we have a lot of context to now build off of with this. And man, if I had my way right now, I would have had who's the white belt champion at this point in time? Do we even know?
Oh, it's a very good question. I don't even know. I think it might be vacant at this point.
Oh my god! You know what? This is worth looking up really quick.
I can't think of who would have had the belt at this point.
JW. We're taking a little bit longer here, but I think this is important for conversation. So
Chigusa had it before she left for the States during her, quote, shoulder injury. She had both the red and the white belt.
Here we go. All Pacific title. 1989 summer. Bull Nakano is the current champion after Nagayo had to vacate it from her retirement. So Nagayo was not just a tag champion, she was also the white belt champion, vacated Nakano won it in June, so she's the white belt champion currently. So that's how they go straight into the Tateno one.
Right. Okay.
So,
then,
that
Aja
might be
gets it
coming up
somewhere.
quicker than we think. So
Because Aja gets it somewhere. At some point in this, Aja gets it because that's
Sure.
Aja who loses it to Tateno.
So yes, and I believe the red belt is vacant the whole time because nobody's big enough to take it at this current time. Isn't that crazy?
Mind blowing. You know, it's the more I've watched, the more I've done this journey with you, right? Because I've done some on my own podcast, the Big Egg Joshi Podcast. I've done stuff on JWP and AJW, but I didn't sit down and watch any of the matches really as much as I went and watched the important matches and sort of did the history. Now being able to sort of see this in action and in motion, it's no wonder JWP stomped them from the get-go. Like they were like on the same level competition wise. Hence why AJW and JWP had to start doing joint shows because they were both about the same level but weren't growing any bigger
Right.
than the other.
Yeah. So there's your context. The remainder of 1989 is going to be very fascinating. For all I know, the next episode could jump cut to 1990.
It very well could. We could jump to 91 for all we know.
Yeah. But we're definitely watching the Bull Nakano Tateno match. I'm finding that sucker.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right. So let's get on to a lot of 1990s New Japan. And yes, spoiler, All Japan Pro Wrestling. Here we go. Thank you, Liger, for bringing us in. So, Kay, as you know, I went on a big All Japan Pro Wrestling binge watch.
Yes, actually, slightly before we started recording this, I'd imagine.
Well, I just finished the last match that I had in my notes that I wanted to watch. So what happened, Kay, to give you a little context, is I realized that upon doing this, I had missed not just key matches, but key moments in time for All Japan Pro Wrestling to give more context to what we've gone through in New Japan Pro Wrestling. These were the two top companies at the time, and arguably All Japan Pro Wrestling was the best company at the time in the early 90s, despite New Japan still outdrawing them to an extent, which, when you look at the in-ring product, is quite fascinating. Because, to me, All Japan had the bigger stars, but the roster didn't come across as all that big. While New Japan had a large roster, more story-oriented stuff, but the matches weren't as exciting. So there's your little context. And I ended up listing out all the matches and key moments in time that I could feasibly do and find and kind of learn from myself. And this is what I've broken down for you. Episode 53 of the Retrocast, we had Misawa Jumper Saruta 1990, and then not until episode 63 was there another All Japan match, and that was in October 1992, Misawa Kawada. So essentially, I missed a full year and a half of All Japan matches. Then episode 65 was the February 1993 show, where we saw the Stan Hansen Kawada match and Misawa Taue. 68 was the let's call it the triple dash of like 5-star matches that we did for the second half of 1993, which you were there. You were here for that one, Kay.
Yes, I was.
So for episode 71 here, I wanted to fill the gaps, if you will. So I watched 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 important matches between 1990 and 1993, since we're in 1994 here in our New Japan journey. So the first match I watched to fill the gaps. This is what this is. This is the All Japan Pro Wrestling Fill in the Gap, 1990 to 1993. I have it in my notes incorrectly. September 1st, 1990, All Japan Pro Wrestling, Bobby Fulton, Tommy Rogers, The Fantastics versus Tsuyoshi Kikuchi and Joe Malenko. Okay? Okay, this is a 5-star match. All these are like 4.5, 5 stars, by the way.
Ooh, so they're good matches.
Well, interesting points I'm going to bring up here. Are they, though? Is the question.
Oh, so I'm assuming maybe you differ on the opinions of these matches?
Well, if you put your mind in that time, you could definitely see why back then 4.5, 4.75, 5 stars comes to mind, right? So here we go. The Fantastics versus Kikuchi and Malenko. This is a simple match held high, and I think simply by the fact the crowd is insane for everything Kikuchi. This one guy. The moves are really just the dudes doing their usual thing, but every time Kikuchi takes a move, no matter what it is, or he kicks out of a pin, this crowd goes nuts. It's really quite fascinating.
It is quite fascinating.
There's a scoop slam from the apron to the floor, and Kikuchi gets to his feet right away, and the crowd stomps and gasps and cheers. They're going crazy for Kikuchi. It's really wild. Kikuchi botches a springboard. He's supposed to come in the ring, springboard, do his killing the business flippy shit, and the crowd gasps upon his botch, and I believe it's Fulton of the Fantastics who's immediately goes to the outside and throws him into the guardrail. So the botch comes across as just kind of an exhaustion rough spot, which again we've spoken about. Maybe not the worst thing to happen in a match.
No, sometimes it adds to the match.
And I think it added here. Fantastics were solid here doing their 1990 version of the Young Bucks match. In and out constantly, jumping off the top rope, double team maneuvers, etc. Really just killing the business. I'm going to keep doing this, and you'll hear this a lot.
Business is already dead.
Yeah. They end up hitting Kikuchi with a series of double team moves to finally pin the man, and this crowd doesn't stay silent for long in their disappointment for the match that they loved. This is a match highly regarded because the crowd just fucking loved wrestling in the ring.
This Kikuchi guy, was he actually over, or was it just this one moment in time?
So there's another Kikuchi match, and maybe you can make that decision based on what you hear next time. New Japan G1 Climax 1991 Day 3. This match is not in the archive, and it's a 5-star match. New Japan, what the fuck, guys?
Yeah, man, why aren't you putting good matches in your archive? We get Hulk Hogan instead.
This was a match brought to my attention by a listener that we never covered. And it's just not in the archive. So I went, fine, I will watch this Keiji Muto versus Big Van Vader match. Because that sounds awesome.
Does sound awesome.
And Kay, I don't think this match is 5 stars.
Are you telling me this old match doesn't actually hold up?
This 1991 G1 Climax match is very slow and one-sided in favor of Vader just beating the fuck out of Muto. But, again, Muto is just incredibly over with the crowd. I'm going to call this the Kikuchi syndrome, where it doesn't matter what's going on in the ring. The babyface is so fucking over that he could just take a beating and this crowd loves him just kicking out of moves.
Did you call it the Chigusa syndrome? Because we got the same thing with that one.
No, because Chigusa was generally in control of her matches.
Right, I guess that's fair.
So, Muto gets a couple little spurts of energy and offense. Real big movement coming off a drop-kicking Vader out of the ring, utilizing his speed, but then it's a slow work of Muto surviving until he small packages Vader for an incredible near fall. So you can imagine how much the crowd popped for Muto stealing a win here. And then it looks like Vader is just going to slam Muto into next week. And then it somehow turns into another roll-up package from the scoop slam position. 1, 2, 3. This crowd erupts. What a reaction. Vader, all pissed off. The crowd thinks Vader is just gonna murder poor Muto, who, can't even stand. Helps him to his feet, shakes his hand, raises Muto's arms to the crowd. Muto just in celebration, and Vader just... I think this was the moment where Vader turned babyface for New Japan.
Because
went
wasn't
for-
he a heel for the most part?
Oh yeah, he was a dude. Vader beating Inoki caused a legit riot.
I remember you telling me this at one point.
Yeah, Vader was far from a babyface, but I think this is the match where he put over the young, handsome Keiji Muto.
Not the handsome in there, right?
I could be wrong with my time frame, but this sure seemed like a babyface turn moment for Vader, and I think, based on the journey, I think that lines up. All Japan Pro Wrestling, Wednesday, September 4th, 1991, Budokan Hall. You know, the place of dire promotions go to be dire.
Super dire.
Yeah. Kawada Misawa versus Taue and Jumbo Tsuruta. How familiar you are with 4 of these names, Kay?
I've heard the name Jumbo Tsuruta because that's where Himeka got her nickname from.
There you go. Quite the reference there.
quite the reason to get to know who this guy is. I've never seen him. I think I've heard his name prior to that, but I've never seen any of these people. I don't think wrestle.
Okay. Well, you've definitely seen Taue, and
Yeah.
I believe you've seen. I think it was Kawada. You saw the Taue Kawada match. But anyways.
Yeah, I must have seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you saw, and I think you've seen Kawada a few times.
Yeah,
Now-
because you showed me those AJPW matches. Yeah.
Now, I believe this is the match where the story became Misawa getting the facelock submission over as a legit match ender. The match itself, I found really nothing remarkable about it, other than it ends with the aforementioned facelock submission and Tsuruta tapping clean to it. It's kind of like the guy's sitting down, he does a crossface instead of a sleeper hold situation.
That's interesting.
Yeah, you just hear the commentary just going, Face Locko! Face Locko! Tsuruta Tapa!
Brain claw.
Brain Claw. Well, I call it the Brain Claw for DDT. It's fucking
I
awesome.
think they called it brain claw in commentary too.
Did they? Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think they did.
Yeah, so, nothing else to say more about that match. December 6th, 1991. So we're at the end of the year. This is kind of the culmination of their tag league. And if you've noticed a theme here, most of these big matches in All Japan Pro Wrestling come in summer and at the start of winter. Okay? So the back half of the year, essentially. Because you have the Champion Carnival, their version of the G1, and then you have their Real World Tag League. So those are your 2 big drawing periods where you get the best matches. So yes, Budokan Hall, we're back. It's Terry Gordy and Steve Williams. I believe their team... Oh, what was their team name? I don't have it in front of me. I should have wrote it down. They had a wacky tag team name. They're against Kawada and Misawa. This was a long 30-minute battle, and basically the culmination of the All Japan Tag League, which featured all the teams, of all teams, Andre the Giant and Giant Baba as a tag team.
What?
Yes. The video I found on YouTube actually broke down the progression of the tournament, and Baba and Giant are just like, look, this is 1991, Giant is fucking slow as shit, and Baba, he ain't no faster, but they are massive compared to other people.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a team I wouldn't want to see in a dark alley. They just killed me.
Well, they just fucking fall on you and you're dead. But anyways,
Right.
it's come to this, and yes, very much the middle of this match is slow of holds, tough submissions. There are moments in it, mostly with Terry Gordy, of all people, lighting up exchanges with Kawada once, Misawa once. It's a lot of Steve Williams being big and brooding over the homeboys here. The biggest heat comes when Williams is in trouble. So, you know, your baby faces are about to gain control, but then here comes fucking Terry Gordy over here, just an ugly fella. He comes in, gets a cheap shot in on Kawada as an example. This crowd fucking hates this. They boo him to no end. Rinse and repeat this formula. There's a crazy spot halfway with Misawa drop-kicking Gordy to the outside because he's had enough of this motherfucker coming into the match, right? And Misawa torpedo topes, because the speed that he goes through this tope just goes straight into him, crashes hard into the guard railing. If you told me Misawa smashed his elbow, like, in half off this move, I'd believe you. So cut to the end, leading to the finish where it gets real good. And this is a big formula with All Japan Pro Wrestling. You know, your Kings Road stuff. The big scary Gaijins take the match to the outside. Williams scoop slam tosses Kawada basically on the cement. It looked like it sucked. And then they do a double powerbomb on Misawa on the floor, basically taking him out of the match. It's Kawada's fight for survival. He's going for roll-up pins for just hope. There's a huge pop for Kawada, giving Williams a hard lariat from behind. He has now evened the odds because Williams is now outside the ring just trying to catch himself. Big sleeper on Gordy. Good little submission near fall here. Huge rumblings from the crowd. Near fall, massive powerbomb pin from Kawada. It's just 1v1 Kawada versus Gordy. Every near fall is nuts. Very much kind of your modern day wrestling structure, right? Just, you hit a big move, it's a near fall. Oh god, how'd they kick out? The difference is, at this time, all these moves that they're doing finish matches prior to these big matches. So you buy these near falls much more. It's not like, I hate to keep harping back to, say, WWE, but the WWE structure is basically, if they don't hit their finisher, you're not finishing the match, right? So their signature moves, you just don't buy them as near falls. So then they got to do the whole, how'd they kick out face, right? Oh my god. They don't do that in All Japan. They're just like, fuck, he kicked out. All right, I'm going to hit my other move. Near fall. Ah, shit. He kicked out again. I'm going to do another one. So here comes Williams. He's back in the ring. The match structure after that halfway point is awesome. Williams back in the match, and Misawa starts to stir and rise, and the crowd is now on their feet because they see Misawa slowly coming back in. Double powerbomb on Kawada, the same move that they took out Misawa on the outside for just minutes. But here comes Misawa for the save. Misawa and Williams brawl to the outside. Kawada, unfortunately, has just taken too much damage. Gordy powerbombs the motherfucker. Great match. I recommend this one. This one is indeed 5 fucking stars.
Sounds like a 5-star match. Jesus.
Yeah. This match was awesome. So that was December 6th, 1991, Budokan Hall. Gordy Williams against Kawada Misawa. I love this match. Whew. All right, take a breath.
Calm yourself down after all that.
I know. May 25th, 1992, Dan Crofitt and Doug Furness, otherwise known as the Can-Am Express.
Those are quite some names there.
Yes. They're taking on Kenta Kobashi and Tsuyoshi Kikuchi. Our boy Kikuchi, he's back.
Kikuchi, the guy that's over, right?
This was voted 5 stars in the Wrestling Observer and Match of the Year in 1992 for the record. Okay? Keep that in mind. We start furious with Kikuchi lighting up Crofitt in the corner with forearms. Can-Am calms down. They're just like, oh, okay, this motherfucker. Crowd's going nuts already. Kobashi in, and he chops the shit out of Crofitt. The crowd loves this tag team of Kikuchi and Kobashi. This should have been a team for years. Little heel work from Can-Am goes a long way against Kikuchi, because, as clearly over he is with the crowd and his lightning-fast moves, everything Kikuchi does, the crowd reacts to. Much in the realm of the Fantastics match. Press slam on Kikuchi over the barrier onto that Japanese table. Looked like it sucked. It was brutal. Long submission hold period on Kikuchi with Kobashi playing that whole babyface hero, comes in, just kind of kicks the dude, goes out. Kobashi comes in, basically runs wild by himself on Can-Am. Crowd begins to thump at the near falls. The sign of a great match in 90s Japan, as is the rule. Correct, Kay?
Correct.
Yes. Near fall. Thump, 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 thump. Ah, that must be a good match. Who am I to disagree with the thumping crowd?
Thumping means good, yes.
Yeah. So, more Can-Am heat on Kobashi. Switch to Kikuchi. When he comes in, crowd explodes when Kikuchi kicks out of a doomsday device by the Can-Am Express. Yes. The fucking Legion of Doom's finisher. They did it here. Visceral boos against the heel team. And it's funny. The amount of non-tags and heel heat, along with the way Kikuchi and Can-Am, and even the Fantastics match earlier, with how they just constantly fly her out of the ring and they're not tagging in and out. These are the fucking arguments that all these old generation fools, okay, argue that tag team wrestling today it's just not the same as it used to be. Meanwhile, I'm watching this match and I'm like, it's the fucking same.
Also, go watch any Hardys, Dudleys, or Edge and Christian match from the 90s. I don't see a whole lot of tagging done in there. Like a whole lot of art, like hold the tag rope tagging either.
No, there's none of that in this. Now, I'm sure they had a different match structure in the NWA and Jim Crockett Promotions and Smoky Mountain. But the point being, the crowd's going nuts for this stuff in 1992. So don't tell me that, oh, it was better back then. It's the same. Guys are just way more athletic now.
Right.
Yeah. Crazy modern spot, albeit dirty looking, back in 1992 here, because what happens is there's a massive pop and a near fall comes off a Doomsday device from the baby faces, but instead of a clothesline, it's a fucking missile dropkick in the Doomsday device from Kikuchi. Fucking nuts. It looked radical. Then Can-Am gets a Frankensteiner pin, kind of what Yamato does in Dragon Gate. Yeah, I'm making a lot of references here. Left and right, I'm coming at you from all sides. Kikuchi does a fucking springboard headbutt to break up the pin. Crazy. Kobashi crashes on a moonsault to finish the match. Few counters. There's a cartwheel that the freaking Can-Am does out of these. Like, if you put this match in 2020, this crowd would react the exact same, and people would be saying, "Man, they looked a little off here doing all these fast as shit moves," right? Big near fall
Right.
after Kobashi, double arm DDT like one John Moxley, and a moonsault wins it. Very good match, no doubt, but I don't think it's 5 stars.
Oh, so another match that you think the crowd reaction is why it's 5 stars, and
Yes,
not actually
indeed.
the in-ring performance.
Yes, indeed. Now, I love Kikuchi. I do love it, but the way the
crowd
guy
loves him too.
Right. Well, yeah, the crowd absolutely loved this match. It's nuts. But we're going to get to a match in 1992 that I think is better, and I think we already covered it on the podcast, actually. So anyways. Regardless, I still think it's like, 4.25, maybe even 4.5 stars, depending on how I'm feeling whatever day. This is still a great match. Just don't think it's 5 stars. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Okay. June 5th, 1992. We only got 2 matches left, then we can get into New Japan.
Jesus, it's a lot of stuff you watched.
A lot of retro. Dude, I told you I went on a binge. I am filling the gaps, and I am ready for some 1994 All Japan Pro Wrestling. June 5th, 1992, back to Budokan Hall. It's like the only place All Japan runs. Ironically, a place that they probably couldn't draw in 2020.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. So yes, June 5th, 1992. It's Akira Taue and Jumbo Tsuruta-gun against Kobashi and Misawa. So previously, in March of 92, 2 years after defecting from Super Generation Army, it's Tsuruta-gun. Taue, at this point, has finally captured the World Tag Titles for the first time. Taue previously held the All Asia Tag Titles. I know, there's 2 tag titles in this promotion, don't ask. So this was his biggest accomplishment in time. The big feel in this match, to me, wasn't the long-standing rivalry of Tsuruta and Misawa, but this time it was more focused on Taue and Kobashi, the way this was laid out. Because Taue had turned his back on the Super Generation Army and joined Big Bad Tsuruta over here. And ironically enough, I would say that all 4 guys in the ring aren't heels, but in the realm of going up against Misawa and Kobashi, Tsuruta and Taue played the antagonist. So, I will make an AEW reference. You see this in a lot of their matches. If there's like 4 heels in the ring, the crowd will cheer for somebody, right? They always find a way to pick somebody to cheer for, so then it's the other guy's job to be the antagonist group. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Yes. Worked in All Japan in the 90s. Think it's working in AEW now. Just as an example, throwing. I'm making a lot of promotional comparisons here. So, anyways, Tao and Kobashi kind of laid out their rivalry and their initial meeting in the ring, and it definitely played into that. They even brawled outside a bit. Match falls into that 90s Japanese style where it's sort of that fast initial minute. Then it's more or less establishing the holding pattern, slow heat, occasional tag partner coming in to stop a submission or one another. But it's weird though. The crowd in All Japan reacts so much more than the New Japan crowd in these tag matches. Even though structurally, Kay, I think you would agree with this, aren't that much different. The difference is the finishing sequence. It's much more exciting in All Japan. So, I think because of the long-standing finishing sequences where they're like 5, 7, 10 minutes of just a crazy amount of near falls and guys coming in and blasting another with moves, kind of what we see in tag matches today, I think the anticipation for this ending is why the crowd reacts consistently through the matches as opposed to what we see in a New Japan tag match.
Right. No, I agree.
So yeah, big finishing sequence of Taue versus Kobashi, as was established at the beginning. Saruta plays interference against Misawa. In the end, it's Taue to get the win off his little cross-arm choke slam thing he does. Very fun finish as usual. I believe this was like a 4.25, 4.5 star match. I do agree with that to an extent. So, and then our final match is June 1st, 1993, Budokan Hall, the only place that they go. June 1st, I'm sorry. It's Taue Kawada against Kobashi and Misawa. It is the Holy Demon Army against the Super Generation Army. Have you heard of the Holy Demon Army, Mr. K?
Oh, but it sounds like a really cool, like, game or faction and group in a game.
Yes. So this is the first meeting of these teams and the first defense for the Holy Demon Army after they won the titles. Okay? And they won them in apparently a pretty boring garbage match against Gordy and Williams in May of 93. So...
that sounds great.
Yeah, I was like, man, do I want to watch that? Just didn't have the time. Maybe I'll watch it in my own time. But yeah, it's kind of regarded as a very boring garbage match. Just sometimes things don't work out. So again, watching these in order, it's cool to see the progression of the wrestlers and how over they are with the crowd and the heat of rivalry between the four pillars here. These are all four pillars in the ring right now. This match has legit competitive heat to it, just existing. It has a rare presence and aura about it. You could definitely feel it just kind of playing the video. Like the crowd just has this weird murmur to it. The way the guys stand in the ring. It's just a good sense of competition, right? It's a very weird way to describe it, I know. Nothing they do in the beginning stages of the match, nor even in the middle, is anything remarkable. It's just all four guys mostly doing the same thing. They come in with some fire, hit a move, and it's to the ground for locks. Naturally, big finishing stretch. What was a bit one-sided for the Holy Demon Army as they win this match. It's, I know I kind of blasted through the match, but, I mean, you've just heard me talk about kind of the match structure 4 or 5 times over now. I think you get the point. But the finishing sequence for this one, as one-sided as it was, that's what made it super interesting to me. It really established the Holy Demon Army as ass-kicking tag teams, and they are hard to beat. So there you go.
A lot of All Japan right there.
I did a lot of solo talking there. So I do have 1994 All Japan all planned out. What we got. There's, I believe, 6 matches listed. Nothing starts until April. So the next episode, spoiler, we're doing the Super J Cup from 1994. That's going to take up the entire retro section of the podcast. So for the first episode of 2021 is basically when you'll hear the first couple matches from All Japan Pro Wrestling. So those of you that enjoy the All Japan matches in comparison to our New Japan Retro Watch, there's your structure. There you go. All right, Kay, let's begin with, finally, I might as well play the Liger drop again.
Might as well, right?
Here we go. All right, New Japan, we're in the spring of 1994. Our first match is from March 21st. Aichi Prefectural Gymnasium. It is the IWGP title on the line. It's one Shinya Hashimoto versus, one of my favorites, Scott Norton.
Scott Norton.
What'd you think, Kay?
It was a good match. Seeing Scott, because I think we watched this right after watching Nitro, which also had Scott Norton on it. Very different feel to him, but he seems so like he faced Goldberg, had a bit of the similar stuff in that.
Well,
match
I mean, we're in
this
1999 in Nitro. This is 5 years prior.
Right, he moved a lot better. They did in 99. I don't know if that was because he was facing Goldberg or maybe because he was younger, 5 years younger, maybe a bit of both. But it was exciting. I see why you said earlier when we were watching Nitro a while ago that he was over in Japan to go back to Japan and be over there, something like that. Because he was so over.
Yeah, it kind of makes you sick that WCW didn't use that guy more.
Yeah, it's nuts. But I mean, you can just use that for a lot of people.
I mean, yeah, it's WCW. It's like, Jesus, they didn't use anybody. But anyways, two beef boys bringing the beef is how I describe this match.
Yeah, beef boys bringing the beef.
Yeah.
Strikes. A lot of strikes.
That's what my notes say. The whole story at the start is Hashimoto trying to jerky the beef.
Trying to jerky the beef.
Norton would start no-selling the moves and little by little would sell a little bit more. He big beefy gaijin. Lots of loud kicks from Hashimoto, chops from Norton. I loved it. 7 minutes in, Hashimoto armbar to the ground. Not my favorite part of the Hashimoto matches, to say the least. Yeah, he works the arm for a minute, but this bit did have a purpose, which a lot of the times we don't get this purpose. So he works the arm for a minute, and Norton follows up with a stiff-looking short arm clothesline with the worked arm. Now your first instinct is, come on, but it keeps playing into why. Then it's leg work from Norton on Hashimoto. So remember, Hashimoto went to kicks, Norton went to chops. There you go. They're both working the limb of the opponent's strength. Basically, it's a wear-down exhaustion match sold very well. Crowd pops hard for the jumping DDT spot near fall, because that is one of Hashimoto's finishers. There's a real sick spot where Norton is kneeled down and he takes a hard as fuck kick to the chest. Hashimoto hits the rope so he can hit his running wheel kick, and Norton, gasping for air, ends up dodging the kick through a mixture of collapse and maybe he knew to dodge. What do you think, Kay?
I think it was a mixture of him falling, but I think he was trying to dodge. But I think in the process of dodging, he kind of fell, unintentionally, the way that he wasn't supposed to. It
was a cool spot.
It was very cool. I think it was very much one of those, that wasn't supposed to happen like that, but the fact that it did made it better.
It was great. Norton gets a series of power moves in for near falls, but without the same oomph as usual because of the limb work. He's not getting up as high, he's not slamming him as hard, that kind of deal. Norton needs the ropes to stay up, and before going down, he leaps and shoulder tackles Hashimoto, just like a last gasp effort from the man. Axe Bomber is countered with Shinya's 800th jumping high kick spot that he does in the match at the end.
Yeah, he has a lot of those.
One more jumping DDT that he kind of screws up on the initial grab. It's such a simple match, but I had fun watching it.
It was a lot of fun, especially because I think we're going to see another Hashimoto match. It's maybe not as fun.
Oh yeah, I might as well not even talk about it. But anyways, we cut to March 24th, 1994. So a few days later, same place. It is the 5th Young Lion Cup Championship match. It is Satoshi Kojima against Manabu Nakanishi. Now, you did not like this match very much. You were bored.
I was very bored. I couldn't even remember parts of the match because I had just checked out. It bored me to tears.
So, it went 17 and a half minutes. It's definitely a Young Lion rookie-style match. There were some power-up kind of headbutt spots in the middle that the crowd got pumped. The big difference here is a lot of mean guy looks, right? It's almost like the crowd was into this based on willpower and the big effort feel that these two young guys were doing. The entire middle of this match I found also kind of not exciting in any form or fashion, but the crowd was weirdly into it. So maybe if we watched it in 1994, we would have felt differently.
Yeah, it was so weird. The crowd was so into it. I just kept looking back at it. I was like, but nothing's happening.
Right. It's Kikuchi syndrome.
Kikuchi syndrome.
Kojima wins off a fisherman driver, and he holds up, and he holds on the landing, clasps the hands for the submission victory. I think that was a wild little finish there. But yeah, the middle was just filled with camel clutches, headlocks. So if you can get past that, there's a good match in here in somewhere. I will admit that. So then it's fun. They have a cut to the back, little video of Nakanishi just being like, yeah, I put in a good effort, and it cuts to Satoshi Kojima, and this dude is in fucking tears with this cup. And you had all of the New Japan wrestlers kind of, you could tell they're like laughing at him, and they're like congratulating him, and this dude is just bawling his eyes out. It's one of the, like, if there was an HD camera, I am convinced snot bubbles was coming out of this guy's nose. He was so like happy in tears.
He was very
so happy. Oh, you guys. All right. April 4th, 1994. Hiroshima Green Arena. It is the team of Chosu and Tenryu taking on Muto and Chono. So, this is more of an angle than a match here. Okay?
Yeah, very much so.
But it's a very important angle in the history of New Japan. Because prior to this, Keiji Muto has promised to never bring out the Great Muta character ever again. The character is retired, except that one time for an Inoki match or whatever. You know, don't worry about that part. I swear, he's retiring the character. So Tenryu and Chosu immediately toss out Muto to the ring like yesterday's garbage, and Tenryu gives him the business on the outside. Even gets the mic, and I assume calls him a weak little bitch boy. Even pours water. Yeah, exact words, I guarantee you. Okay?
I imagine those were his exact words. You little bitch boy, what are you doing in this ring?
Right. He pours water all over him, insulting his pride. Muto sprints to the back, leaving the match. He's all upset he was called just hurtful names. Sticks and Stones definitely broke his bones this day. He sprints to the back like a weak little child. I bet he's crying. Snot bubbles coming out of his, but not in tears of joy. Just tears of little bitch boy syndrome. So now it's left Chono 1v2, and Chono knows he's in trouble. Grabs a chair, run wild for a bit. This ref is just like, yeah, you're on your own, man. I'll let you use the chair, whatever. But the numbers game catches up. He survives a few minutes until, yes, the return of the Great Muta. And Muta returns and runs wild on the ramp. We always love a good Muta ramp wildness run.
It's like the best part of the gimmick.
Yeah. Just has to sprint down, clothesline, wackiness. Chono fights back. The team is going crazy, and then Muta just loses control. He goes mist crazy. He greens up Tenryu. He even hits Chosu. Chosu lands on the previously jackknifed Chono for the pin. So Chosu pins Chono, even though they're both like taken out. Very funny. Post-match, Muta still goes mist crazy. He switches up to red, then one more time with the green. He's hitting them with the giant tied-up pipes or whatever that he's got. It's just wackiness fun. Crazy Muto is great Muto.
Does he like miss the ref at the end?
Oh, he missed
too?
Everybody.
Everyone
He's just
got
spitting,
misted.
just puh, puh, puh. Everybody's getting misted. This is great.
A few people got misted twice.
He's hitting young lions with the pipes that he's got. It's almost like it's a You know those pipes that you tie up your tent in? You got them in that tarp? That's what this was.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what that might have been.
Yeah. So the Great Muta is back. I'm sure he'll eat the job to somebody soon enough. That's just how New Japan books.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's time. Inoki or Tenryu or some shit. You're just like, well, you're over and you're back. Time to pin your ass. And on the same card, we have a main event IWGP title. It's Hashimoto against Fujinami. Now, I went into this match with something in my head, and it turned out to be exactly what it was. What was this match, Kay?
A lot of slow mat work.
Lots and lots of mat work and holds. It's 6 minutes in until anyone shows any sort of fire. Of course, it's from Fujinami, and it's right back to the ground. Good God, this is boring.
It's really boring.
It's a lot of one-sided selling. Hashimoto is in control of this match, which I was not expecting. He's just beating the shit out of Fujinami. He's cracking him with kicks left and right, and Fujinami is just selling, and he's laying there like death. Crowd was strangely into this, probably because they're watching someone young beat up a veteran that they've seen on top for just years at this point. Hashimoto goes for his wheel kick, and no shit, Fujinami counters into a roll-up and pins the guy while Hashimoto's in the ropes, mind you. New champion. What the fuck was this?
It was dumb, boring, and a mess. Why pin the young guy? Why
Well,
even take the belt off the young guy?
We spoke on the previous episode where you have the Three Musketeers, Hashimoto, Chono, and Muto, all at the top, but not as top as Tenryu, Fujinami, and Chosu. And they never seem to wrestle each other, right? And when they do, there's always some fuckery, right? No one ever goes over.
Right.
Unless it's Fujinami, Chosu, and Tenryu. If they're going over, those young guys are eating the pin. But you never have the young guys beat them. Here we have and we were wondering, like, okay, though the Three Musketeers rarely, if ever, main event, right? So here we have an example of Hashimoto, the young champion. The first time he's up against any of these guys, and what happens? He just fucking loses. Now, the idea is, oh, well, he got lucky. Fujinami got lucky. Because post-match, Hashimoto goes to kick the shit out of him. Gets in a few licks, he leaves. Fujinami is just all beaten up, like he got away with one. But this is just another example of the old generation just not letting the young guys win.
It's baffling that you don't let the young people win. I don't get this. It seems to prevail in almost every big wrestling company to an extent. I'll never understand it. Like, you are already made. Why? You feel like you can't make anybody else. It's not like it's going to hurt you. You're already a star. Everyone already knows who you are.
Right. Instead of
I
a
don't
competitive match, they have to do some fuckery. And I believe at this point in time, Chosu didn't have the book anymore. I think he gave up the book in 92, and he eventually came back after Inokiism was done and over with. He got the book back, and then, of course, that went on to Gedo. I could be mistaken in my time frames and who had what when, but the point being that they have 6 legit main event guys, right? Of 2 different generations. They could be having, arguably, a series of just phenomenal amount of main event drawing power. And to an extent, they are drawing with these matches, but the way they always end up, I think, is kind of drawing an audience away. And it's a slow disintegration of it, while All Japan, which is interesting because when I bring up Jumbo Tsuruta, he was kind of alone at the top, so they had to bring up these young guys. And it was a huge ass story of Tsuruta putting over Misawa. That was the big one. And unfortunately, due to Tsuruta contracting hepatitis B and he had to retire from in-ring work, that feud was never able to culminate in that final match. But the difference was Misawa had beaten him prior. When are we going to see... We saw Keiji Muto beat Riki Chosu for the title, right? We saw that, but it was a short little journey of the Great Muta becoming a thing. And that match kind of sucked, and that was a good example of Muto going over, but was it too little too late? I don't know the answer to that. But when you have matches like Hashimoto here getting rolled up by Fujinami, and then I think for all intents and purposes, Fujinami has the title for like a year, I think it does more damage than good.
It definitely does more damage than good. Like, you said it, they have 6 people that are in some way over what was as main stars. You should theoretically be making so much money, and AJPW shouldn't even have a chance. You've got 6 top guys. You could be having any number of feuds and matches and just highlight reels of things. But you choose not to. Why? That's dumb business-wise, and it reeks more of ego of old people than it does of good business sense.
Yeah, and
business-wise, it doesn't make any sense why you wouldn't be doing that. That's why it's my ego, I can't do the job, and I hate that in all wrestling. It just bothers me.
You see it so much across multiple promotions. When do you finally put the guy over? And yes, timing matters. And in All Japan at this time, how Steve Williams and Terry Gordy and Saruta and Stan Hansen, how they're putting over the young guys matters. And that's why the All Japan guys are way more over with the crowd than what we see these, and how we see these crowds react to the Three Musketeers in New Japan. That is a real thing. Now, we got the Super J Cup next. That's going to be a fucking fun night where they make like 10 new guys in one night and that was all based on Liger and his booking and his idea. Gee, what a thought.
Yeah, right.
And they essentially make the junior division a legit draw for the next like 3 or 4 years based on this one night. So I'm very excited just to watch some good wrestling. Maybe go into a little bit over a couple guys. That's going to be a fun cast. That's going to take a good chunk of time. It's like 13 matches, K. So we're just going to have to pick like 2 or 3 that we want to talk a lot about and just kind of go over like basics of the rest. So get ready.
Hey, no rest holds, I hope.
Well, if they are, they're short matches. So here we go with Nitro. All right. This is going to be a fun little long retro themed podcast for once on the Red Leaf Retrocast. Very cool. And a lot to talk about.
On a Nitro are 2 things I put together.
Well, I mean, it is retro. We do got Nitro to talk about. But from everything else we've talked about on this podcast, a lot of the modern stuff is kind of in a holding pattern right now. Gearing up for the year-end stuff. So
no, I think we had a lot of good discussions so far. On stuff. Now for it all to go crashing down like Nitro.
January 25th, WCW Nitro, 1999 from Dallas, Texas. Meanwhile, on WWF Raw, it is the fallout of the Royal Rumble where Vince McMahon has won it. There you go.
Always a dumb decision. Even when I was a kid watching that, I didn't understand why the guy that doesn't wrestle won the wrestling match.
Right, and then he kind of vacates his right to WrestleMania and all. It was just a whole mess and a lot of DQs, a lot of corporation stuff. But meanwhile, here on Nitro, we get a Thunder recap of last week where the NWO Geek Squad's in a locker room. Vincent, aka Virgil, wants to be called just Vince now. See where they're going with this. And they blow him off and leave. They're like, what an idiot. Vince then goes to his locker and drinks a glass of raw eggs, which apparently was a spoof off the Vince McMahon workout routine from Raw, where he was training for the Royal Rumble. They're taking digs at WWF there. Vincent,
Virgil.
Yeah. Vincent discovers
of all people.
Well, yeah, I mean that was his whole character, right? He discovers a camera in the locker room spying on him, or cuts to a limo of the main NWO guys watching. Why they're watching and why they're in like a limo and shit, I don't know.
And they were talking about how they were gonna judge their performance or something. It's like something to call the fat. Like didn't the NWO just get back together as a full group? Now
they
we're
sure
already
did, Kay.
starting to split them all up again.
Yeah, they sure did. It was called it was just 3 weeks ago, as a matter of fact.
It was called the Finger Poke of Doom. It sucked, and they're back together. Now they're trying to split it back up again.
They sure are. Shivani and company saying Vince is acting like a senior member, which is news to me. Then cuts to Stevie Ray and Kurt Hennig and the rest of the geeks talking about nothing. I don't understand anything. I feel like we missed weeks of TV.
It was something. I'm tired of being the B team. Something. They don't help us. Something. I hate Nash and Hogan.
Yeah. We are told Hogan says there is small communication issues within the NWO, and I'm just like, there are?
When did this happen?
Today announces Goldberg versus former IWGP champion Scott Norton, and a returning after like 2 months, Bret Hart will be facing Booker T in a non-title match.
But first we thought it was a title match at some point because of how they announced it. But they also announced Bret Hart as the world champion too.
They sure did. I think that was just a flub, so I won't pay that no mind. Cut to Ric
That's so
Flair
funny.
with a bunch of kids at a merch stand with Bischoff selling amongst the crowd tonight. This is somehow punishment, and Bischoff hates it. Whatever. After the Nitro Girls dance, we get our infographic 7 minutes into the show.
I also want to point out Ric Flair's doing a big up job as this guy for 90 days.
Yeah, not doing
Seems
too
like
hot.
he's doing all sorts of good stuff. Hey Hogan, you should probably not be champion right now because of how you won the belt. No, let me just torture Bischoff more.
Yeah, would rather definitely do that. Funny enough, you mentioned that, Kay. The next pay-per-view is Super Brawl. We have Ric Flair versus Hulk Hogan in the main event. Okay? That's in I think it's 2 weeks from now or something. So I think the next Nitro is the Go Home episode. I could be mistaken there. Maybe we get 2 more.
Go Home episode. And they're building this NWO story out of the blue. No build up and sure.
Yeah, we I mean, that's the only match we really have anything to say about it. But anyways, WWF is doing St. Valentine Day Massacre in February to go up against Super Brawl, headlined by Austin McMahon. And
Remember that match.
am not kidding you. They apparently do a good enough job in WCW building up Ric Flair versus Hogan that they outdraw and pay-per-view buy-wise the WWF pay-per-view with Austin McMahon. Quite fascinating, really, considering the state of the two shows.
Right. Well, I remember St. Valentine's Day Massacre, but it should say something that the only thing I remember is the McMahon-Austin match. Maybe it just wasn't a good show. I haven't ever gone back and rewatched it.
Yes, indeed. Where were we? Ah, yes. Recap all the Steiner Nitro Girls romancing segments from last week. Why aren't we fucking and the like? Which reminds me, Kay, Nitro Grill menu.
Oh, God, yes, great.
I did not forget.
I'm glad you didn't.
So in the last episode, they plugged the Nitro Grill in Vegas, which DDP was plugging. We have the Diamond Dallas Burger, the Crippler Crossface Cheesesteak, Super Brawl Steak Sandwich, Sting Burger, Thunder Burger. There's some different ones here. There's some better ones.
Can I say my favorite one?
Oh, yes, say your favorite one.
Big Sexy Porterhouse.
Big Sexy Porterhouse. That is the best thing on the menu for sure. We got such classics. God, it's a little blurry.
I'm just gonna say from this point forward, I'm only gonna refer to him as the Big Sexy Porterhouse.
My favorite was the Figure 4 fajitas. and you have to pronounce it that way, so it's more funny. Yeah. Oh god, good stuff.
It's great. It's great.
Nitro
Dash is forever going to be the big sexy Puroresu to be now.
Nitro Grill menu. We did not forget.
Glad you didn't.
Yeah. Then we get a recap of DDP on Thunder, whom is less than pleased. I'm sure he was not pleased with the menu at the Nitro Grill. It's on, says DDP, and it gets real. That's a fact. Bang.
It was not his best promo.
No, not his best work. To the outside earlier in the day, more NWO geeks and Mac Daddy Stevie Ray. That's what they say. I don't know.
Yeah, when did they start referring to as Mac Daddy?
I don't know. After 10 minutes and 30 seconds, we get our first match in the arena. A lot of fucking recaps. And it's Al Green versus Disco Inferno. Kill me.
Why? Oh, why?
It's still unconfirmed Disco is in the NWO, says Tenay. But they're still fucking doing it. And Disco Inferno even has fucking howling in his music. So they had a shitty wrestling match.
Scott Hall put him over. How is he not in the, how is it unconfirmed when Scott Hall isn't beating him up and put him over?
I don't fucking know.
The NWO.
So they have a shitty wrestling match. Disco hits the stunner, aka the Chartbuster. I will not call it that ever again. Fuck me, we are in the middle of a disco push.
Why? Who thought this was a good idea?
Yeah. To the airport, because, you know, who wants wrestling on a wrestling show? This first 45 minutes to an hour was atrocious.
It was constantly cutting back to these NWO B team people being mad that they're not part of the A team.
Correct. And they're trying to basically it's Stevie Ray and Vincent trying to, I guess, I don't want to say get clout with the A team.
Exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah. So yeah,
we're at Stevie Ray trying to set up one of the people there to be look like he's trying to talk bad about them, so they give him clout, and it's Virgil trying to be the good boy and set up tag teams and be the leader when they're not away, when mommy and daddy are gone.
Right. So we're at the airport with the Geek Squad here. We can't hear a word they're fucking saying because of the loud ass jet engine that's pulling up with the cramped up NWO A Squad. Stevie Ray says basically that he's tired of the bullshit and he's going to talk to Hogan and Company, you know, because they got like Ford Tauruses or whatever.
Oh, I forget to mention, there's a whole thing about the shirt and not wearing the shirt, and that he's wearing a $500 shirt.
Right. The NWO apparently has an issue with people not wearing NWO shirts. So yes, we have two storylines now going on about t-shirts in this company.
Lovely.
Yeah, so, Stevie Ray says some things that make no sense. He essentially throws Kurt Hennig under the bus to the A-team, that, like, it's him plotting that he wants to kind of take over the NWO. Stevie Ray is upset and tired of this B-team crap. I'm so lost at this point. And, they all gang up on Kurt Hennig and beat his ass. But right before this happens, there is a kind of a funny moment where Scott Norton is in the front seat. Kurt Hennig is in the back of this Ford Taurus. Hennig sees something's up, and he grabs Norton from behind. He's like, I got him, boys! But they beat his ass anyways, leave him for dead, and then they all just leave him laying, and they go away. The B team goes back in the Ford Tauruses. I think
Really mad that he's not in the fancy car with the A team.
Right, yeah. So back from commercial, the NWO is walking in the back with their fanny packs. They're like wooing imaginary women that aren't there. Just kind of funny.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan with the fanny pack is not something I thought I'd ever say I'd seen. But Jesus Christ, does not look good on him.
They get into a locker room. This is where they really give Stevie Ray the business of his clothes. He's not wearing an NWO shirt. He's got a $500 shirt on. They're saying, put on the NWO shirt. So yeah, now we got our two shirt stories. To Bam Bam Bigelow coming out with a ladder, I guess.
Yeah, because why not?
His mission was to defeat Bill Goldberg. He stumbles over so many words.
He does.
Lately, it's like a little static like electricity. I've been to bowling alleys and buildings. I've been hardcore and extreme. King of the ladder match. We don't know what the fuck is going on.
No, he calls out Bill Goldberg, but somehow also calls out Scott Hall because they tout Scott Hall as the king of the ladder match, but he said his mission is to beat up Bill Goldberg.
Yeah, it's very confusing. We get another stun gun ladder match for tonight, and then it cuts to picture-in-picture in the NWO locker room where Nash starts talking about donuts, and Scott Hall just simply says, "Imagine the hole I'm gonna make in the ring." I guess he accepted the challenge?
I don't know. There's also like Nash back there was like, he's calling you out, man. He's calling you out. Meanwhile, Bam Bam is still in the ring cutting this promo, but we're not even hearing his promo anymore. We're just screw him. Talk about the NWO. Here, NWO's got something to say.
Yeah, very confusing. Bischoff selling merch and can't count. He's lawyers and whatever. He's kind of screwing people over out of their change. Mean Gene in the ring for Ric Flair. He's here to bring the Big D, the greatest wrestling show on the planet. 30 minutes into the show, and we have one match, all backstage segments. Great wrestling show.
Fantastic. And I imagine the people who are in the stands are loving having to look at the screen to see this bullcrap with the NWO B team.
Right. Flair says they could have taken Horace's life last week, his cousin, his blood, his brother Horace. On to Bret Hart.
Did this happen? When did the Horace thing even happen?
I don't know. We see Horace later in the night. He looked perfectly fine. So.
Yeah, right.
Okay. On to Bret Hart. Hitman, you are defending the U.S. World title against who we pick, Booker T. So this is where we are confused that he's now defending the title tonight. But already announced. Okay, that's fine. Oh, big sexy. Ric Flair promo was at least really fun. There will be a human wall around the ring, so Nash can't interfere in the tag title tournament match. That's later tonight. They say that. Tonight, NWO Crazy Flair is further insane, announces Hogan. Somebody against, I think, Flair and Benoit, or a six-man tag. We do get the answer later in the night. It's essentially the Horsemen versus Hogan NWO. So
right. You also forget to mention that Mean Gene tries to ask him questions and just gets cut off as Flair continues to go crazy. How much cocaine did you think he did before he came out?
I think it's just Ric Flair being nuts, because he was turning purple.
He was.
Yeah. Right as this ends, we cut to a sad, straight-faced man with the most gifable look ever.
It was hilarious.
I am not kidding you. I mean, we were posting this on Twitter just constantly because it's just the most just like, oh, look.
when it cut to this guy, it was me, you, and another guy named Omega in the server, and we all just started busting out laughing. That's the face of somebody who bought front row tickets to Nitro.
Yeah. Turns out it's referee Scott Dickinson, the guy who was put in timeout last week for screwing over Perry Saturn. That Scott Dickinson. So, Wolfpack music hits, and it's Disco Inferno again with a ladder, and it's Scott Hall with a taser. This match is happening right now.
Yeah, right. Just don't even build to it. No advertising happening. No, just screw it. Happen now.
Hey, yo. This isn't against Disco. It's against Hall. So, thanks, Scott Hall. Cool. Out comes Bam Bam.
It was Disco anyways, but sure.
Yeah. Referee tosses Disco out for some reason. Bigelow almost trips over a ladder, and it torques, almost hitting some fans. That was scary. This crowd is super dead. Can't imagine why.
Dead for a ladder match.
Yeah. So a bunch of ladder spots. Bigelow does a diving headbutt off the ladder, hurts himself. Hall gets up first, elbow drop off the ladder. It's basically guy climbs up, gets knocked down. I thought this match was boring, but maybe in hindsight, 1999, this was good. I will give it the benefit of the doubt.
Good.
But in the context of the crowd, it was boring to them too.
I don't think it was even good back then because the crowd literally didn't react to anything. Even like the big spots, like slamming on the ladder, or falling off the ladder from a great height, or being slammed off the ladder, like climbing the ladder being slammed off. The crowd just didn't react. No, didn't really had much to care. They've already seen a taser ladder match prior, assuming they bought the pay-per-view. Who knows? So Bigelow gets the taser, and what happens, Kay? Bigelow gets the taser.
Do you
Disco
remember?
Inferno comes out. Disco comes out and produces another taser.
Excuse me, did you
Scott
say
Hall.
Disco comes back out and just gives him a taser?
Oh, yes, Disco. He was thrown out, comes back, with another taser.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Hands it to Scott Hall. We now have 2 tasers.
Goldberg rushes out, spears Disco, steps on him. I did like that. Crowd is going fucking nuts for Goldberg. Spears both Bigelow and Hall. Awesome. Okay. We're saving this in my mind. And I'm like waiting for them to fuck it up. And sure as shit, as soon as Goldberg music is like about to play because he's got on top, Norton comes out, beats him down, and Hall tases him and leaves.
Yep.
Good job, WCW.
Fantastic.
Now cue Goldberg's music. He gets up and the crowd chants anyways. Oh, and there's Chuck Norris, by the way, in the crowd.
Yeah, it randomly shows Chuck Norris. It was like, okay, I don't know why Chuck Norris would be at this show. Why you could just do many other things with your time.
Yeah, they randomly cut to a number of celebrities in the crowd for this show. We get
We'll find
Herschel,
out why later.
yeah, we get Herschel Walker later. We get Jean-Claude Van Damme. But anyways, Mean Gene with Bret Hart in the locker room area. The best part of the show.
The best promo Bret Hart's probably ever cut in his life.
Well, it's definitely one of his most famous. Hart must defend the title at Super Brawl, so clears that up. Bret Hart says Flair's got a grudge against him. Who's Booker T? He's a loser. Let me ask you a question, Booker T. You ready for your life to be on the line tonight? Bret says he's been scouting the best of the best. Who is the best?
He's the champion. He ought to know who should be challenging him for that belt.
That's right. Mean Gene's like, Bret Hart, who is the best? Who have you been scouting to challenge for this U.S. world title? El Dandy, he's a hell of a wrestler, a real stand-up guy. Mean Gene just goes, El Dandy? But he's
a cruiserweight.
He's a cruiserweight. Who are you to doubt El Dandy?
I love that. Who are you to doubt El Dandy?
Mean Gene is just like, no, you can't. El Dandy's not a suitable contender for the U.S. title. Well, okay. How about Hypnosis then? You mean Psychosis? Whatever.
I love that.
The highest of high flyers he is. Dean Malenko. I was going to challenge him, but he's at home with a weak injury. I play hurt. I'm an athlete. I come out hurt. I have a groin injury. The groiniest of groin pulls. Something you people would never know anything about. I play hurt like a real athlete. I love this promo so much.
You forget the part when he says groin injury, he's like pointing down at his groin.
Yeah, it's very important you know where his groin injury is.
And this whole time he's like stone faced as he's cutting all this ridiculous stuff.
Yeah.
It's great.
I don't know how Mean Gene doesn't just crack up laughing about all this.
Oh,
yes.
Listen, he had probably had to keep his composure because there's no way he was gonna corpse on that.
I am telling you, people like shit on Bret Hart, like at WCW really botching him up. And mostly I agree with that, but whenever Bret Hart is on TV, he is a winning situation. Everything he does is great.
El Dandy. I remember mentioning a few weeks ago that I was really excited for this promo. I was afraid that I had missed this promo because I like this promo.
Yeah, and I could confirm it hasn't happened yet. So here it finally happened. Back from commercial, cue all the nerds coming down to be the human wall. It's the Faces of Fear versus Finlay and Dave Taylor. This is your tag team title tournament match. Not even the same opponents from last week, mind you.
No. Also, Rey Mysterio is one of these people on the wall. Weren't you involved in a major storyline with Lex Luger, like, last week?
Yeah, and it kind of paid off, but not really. But anyways.
No, it didn't.
Naturally, I'm here just waiting for the NWO to come out at the end of the match to just fuck this shit up. They really, like, built it up to be that thing. Even the crowd is, like, super silent, and they're just looking in the directions. Like, okay, where are they going to come from? And so they had a tag match. It's a Faces of Fear match where it's just, I'm going to hit you with a fucking move, then we're going to do some shit, then we're going to hit you with a fucking move, and then Faces of Fear win. Cool, I guess, but no payoff.
I was kind of disappointed there was no interference because I'd been built up so much to expect interference, and some of the crowd was also disappointed.
Yeah,
There was
the
no
one
interference.
time that you want
One
an
time we all
NWO.
were
Yeah.
expecting it and wanted it because this match was not good.
Yeah. If this was in the main event, we would have gotten it.
Oh, 100%. They just come running in.
Lots of Thunder recaps. Kidman and Chavo having fun getting slapjacked by Vincent, so they lose to Adams and Horace. That was apparently a tag tournament match. Saturn wins a match in a dress on Thunder, which brings us to Perry Saturn in a dress versus Norman fucking Smiley.
I am starting to share your hatred for Norman fucking Smiley. He's on every show, I swear to God. He's on every show.
I'm pretty sure in this match Norman rubbed his junk to the hard cam and he got a half chub out of this.
Yeah, he also rubbed his junk against the ass of one Perry Saturn.
Yes, Smiley big wiggles Saturn's asshole for the biggest pop of the night. Perry Saturn is busted open with his bandage half on his head, so because there's a little bit of blood in TNT in 1999, they have to zoom out very fast from the hard cam. Can't show blood on TV. Saturn wins off a DVD. All Norman Smiley matches are officially boring. I will accept no other opinion.
Norman Smiley sucks, and just remember, he's training people right now.
Yes, I don't give a shit that the Big Wiggle is cult classically over with the crowd. That's all that's over. So he has to do the fucking Big Wiggle all the time, otherwise the crowd will fall asleep. I fall asleep from just visceral hatred to his boring matches now.
I think the Big Wiggle itself being over says more about the fan base than anything else.
Well, there's smart marks even back then. Times have not changed.
He's gyrating. That's it. What am I missing here?
Mean Gene interviews Scott Dickinson in the crowd for reasons. They say he's snapped, even though he's very calm and collected, and then he walks away.
He's also deadpan and does not change his tone or expression the entire time.
Yeah, but he snapped, Kay. You don't understand.
He's a madman on a terror. Somebody should keep an eye out on him.
You might flip over the popcorn bin. You don't know.
He might kick somebody's shin.
Bret Hart versus Booker T. Decent wrestling match. Crowd doesn't care about it. Mostly one-sided for Bret Hart. Long figure 4 spot on Booker T. Just when Booker T is going to reverse it, they go to commercial. So then when they come back from commercial, Bret Hart does it over again. That was funny.
I think you said this is the first time you've seen a Bret Hart match and you thought it was boring.
I thought this was kind of boring just because there was just no heat for it. It felt kind of out of place. It was just too one-sided for me. But anyways, Booker T out of nowhere hits the axe kick. Harlem sidekick goes up for the Harlem hangover. He misses. This is where Bret's is kind of more or less going for the DQ. Booker reverses sidekick. The finishing stretch was fine. It's a long-ass match, though, in hindsight. Booker T, the good guy, brings in the camera cables into the ring and chokes Bret Hart. Bret whacks Booker with the U.S. title and pins him. But hey, there's Jean-Claude Van Damme ringside.
Yeah, I love that. It's like right after the match. Hey guys, look, Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Recap.
Was in Street Fighter.
Yep. Recap Steiner romancing again. Bischoff merged it in the crowd. And then we get Scott Norton versus Goldberg. Not the main event.
No, but the way they built it up when they announced it sure made it seem like it was going to be the main event.
Yeah. I love my notes here, so I'm just going to read it verbatim. Norton chop, Goldberg slam, armbar, roar, crowds awake, Goldberg power slam, Norton power slam, Goldberg kick, Norton over the top, Norton brawl, Goldberg brawl. He immediately they brawl into the ring. Goldberg tries the Kidman powerbomb reversal, but he falls. But he immediately gets up, spear, jackhammer, pin, raw.
Crowd goes wild. Goldberg chants ensue.
Everyone says Goldberg always sucked. He did not. Goldberg is awesome. I will accept no other opinion.
This moment, they didn't screw up Goldberg.
Oh.
Shocking. He got chance. He's the only wrestler getting chance.
Now comes the NWO Geeks, all to get Goldberged. That is a verb. Horace took a good spear. Amazingly, they didn't fuck this segment up. Then randomly, all the celebrities get in the ring, including Bret Hull of the Dallas Stars.
They did not announce in the crowd.
They all do the NWO pose at Goldberg, which kind of made me chuckle.
It was hilarious.
And we're not done yet, says Shivani. Don't know why that wasn't the main event. That would have been a great way to go off the air.
It felt like it was the main event. It should have been. Like, they had the celebrities come in and do the whole thing, putting Goldberg over. Like, right, why was this not the main event? Especially because the main event wasn't very good.
Well, I mean... Anyways, Nitro Girl's out dancing. Finally cue Big Papa Pump at commentary. Judging, looking, judging. And then he leaves to the back after contemplating. What do you think his thoughts were here?
He had to stay 50 feet from the Nitro Girls per his restraining order. And
God damn it, Shivani. I would be over there if it wasn't for this 50 feet rule.
This 50 feet rule. I have to stay 50 feet within but don't worry, they'll come to Big Papa Pump. They always come to Big Papa Pump.
Look, women have needs, and they need Big Papa Pump for his romancing.
He's their hookup.
Michael Buffer for the main event. 25 minutes left in the show. I don't recall the last time there was this much time for a main event.
It was weird because remember we both looked at it. It was like, no, this isn't the main event, right? Something's gonna have to happen for this not to be the main event.
But in fact, we got a fucking match. So I won't complain. This one time. 6-man tag. It's Hogan, Steiner, and Nash versus Flair, Benoit, and wait for it, Mongo. But not before the long intro and Nash Wolfpack in the house. Crowd marks out. Assholes. Steiner says the Nitro Girls are flirting in the back with the Big Papa. Time for Hogan. He blah blah blahs it up to Flair. He's gonna kiss him off. I was like, what?
Casey, he's going to kiss him off. I'm like, what? Hey, Hogan, you want to do that again?
Yeah. So everyone's out. Brawl to start off. The heels stand tall, tousing out the Horsemen because, of course, they have to. Snot rockets on Steiner from Benoit. Got a kick out of that. Lots of selling from Benoit against the NWO match. 10 minutes. Hogan took one chop from Benoit, and he got the fuck out of there.
I was like, oh, brother, that hurt. I gotta get that out of here.
Yeah.
You're shooting on me, brother. I gotta get out.
So, yeah, comes in, match, 10 minutes in, it breaks down, then order's restored after only about 30 seconds. Very strange little spot there, I thought. Hogan takes off the strap and hits Benoit, I assume, to get revenge for that one chop. 18 minutes really in. Too. Yeah, there's a lot of selling. Finally, 18 minutes in, Flair gets a hot tag. Match breaks down again. Low blows left and right by Flair. No DQ because who cares? Bischoff randomly walks ringside, hands Nash a 2x4, hits Flair for the DQ. This has crossed the line. Just a big crack with this thing. The wall of nerds hit the ring to brawl with the NWO. More WCW wrestlers down. Trash is just being pelted in the ring. NWO is retreating up the ramp. Goldberg shows, brawls. We're out of time! A lot of stuff in that last couple minutes there.
Fans throwing trash at the ring should be indicative of what they feel of this main event, at least the ending. WCW should have taken the hint. Hey, maybe we don't have our main event not have finishes.
Nah, they see this as heat, and they'll only do more. And this hit me upon recapping this, okay? Watching Nitro for so long now, across 98 and now into 99, this company has conditioned me to not give a shit about the wrestling in the ring.
Why would you care about the wrestling in the ring? Why watch a wrestling show? And you could have segments of the NWO B team bitching about stuff.
And these segments are bad. They make no sense. So now I don't care about that. The wrestling in the ring, no matter how, let's call it, competent it is, I just think some fuckery is going to happen, and I just can't get into it. So now I just think every match is boring, and I reach for my phone.
I think the problem with this show in particular is the past couple shows we've had stuff to laugh at. Right? We didn't have a whole lot to laugh at on this show because a whole lot of it wasn't funny. It was Scott Steiner was there for the hot couple seconds. We were laughing more at the recaps they were doing, the multiple recaps they were doing of Scott Steiner's antics. We'll put it lightly so we don't get sued for his sexual harassment. It's like we weren't laughing at anything. There was nothing to laugh at. Like we had said, like we were trying to take these as less serious because we kind of have to, but we couldn't do that with this show. Outside of the El Dandy promo, there was nothing on the show itself that wasn't a recap to laugh at. We had to make up our own stuff to laugh at from Big Papa just sitting there staring at the Nitro Girls.
Not very exciting. And all we know of what's being built up for Super Brawl is, well, Hogan Flair. That's it. And in WCW terms, we've seen this match 4, 5, 6 times already. So
you already know this match isn't going to have an ending. I think we all kind of have the thing in our back of our brains. Like, the NWO is going to come out. Something's going to happen, and this match isn't going to either not going to finish, or it's not going to have a clean finish. So
Are you
who
talking
cares?
about Super Brawl, or at least this match in this main event here?
No, I'm talking about Super Brawl.
Oh. See, I
have
don't recall what happens in that match in 99.
It's Hogan and Flair. One, Hogan's not doing the job. Let's just
Wow.
we know he's not doing the job, and we all know Flair's not going to do the job for Hogan, right? Because why would he want to do that for Hogan, who won't do the job for anyone else anyway?
Flair is more inclined to take the pinfall more than others.
Sure, okay, so I'll give you that. But then that only means you already know who's going to win. So what's
In hindsight, but at the time, we don't
hindsight, but if
know
we're-
that.
if we're going to look at just in the time, in the bubble, why would you be made to care about this main event when you already know the NWO is going to do something to either interfere and DQ so it doesn't have a finish, or they're going to do something to screw Flair over so Hogan wins? You're conditioned to believe that the babyfaces will never win. Stupid.
That I absolutely agree with. That is the theme of Nitro and a number of their many issues.
It's like we covered. When they're doing their tag match with the wall of people, the fans weren't even looking at the match. They're conditioned to think, oh, the NWO is going to come out and interfere in this, because they always do. And then they don't, and they're like, oh, okay. Well, they didn't watch the match, so they were disappointed because they spent so much time looking at the entrance in the match. But what they were anticipating didn't happen.
Indeed.
They don't care about Flair Hogan because Flair's not winning.
Well, I'm looking forward to recapping Super Brawl in like 2 months or however long it takes us to get there. But I'm in no hurry. These watching these Nitros I like the pace that we go at them. I don't need to watch these every week.
Oh, it'd be so crushing, especially when you have Nitros like this where there's literally not much to laugh at to at least alleviate some of the pain.
Who are you? The Doubt El Dandy.
Right, El Dandy's a stand-up guy.
Well, all right. That'll take us into the wrestler rankings and the end of the podcast. All right, Kay.
Yes.
We're finally here. End of the podcast. Got the men here. Breaking down the top 15 for you. You ready?
I am prepared.
15, Koji Iwamoto from All Japan makes the list for the first time. 14, Hiroshima. 13, Moxley. 12, The Lucha Bros. 11, Octagon Jr. and Mystices Jr. together as a tag team. 10, Laredo Kid. 9, 1, Endo. 8, Kento Miyahara. 7, Higuchi. 6, Omega. 5, El Desperado. 4, Konosuke Takeshita. DDT. 3, Hiromu Takahashi. 2, Sugiura. And 1, Go Shiozaki. So, any complaints?
No, I think that's about right. I mean, again, I didn't see the Go Shiozaki match, but given how well you said it was, I wouldn't be surprised them being up that high.
Alrighty. And for the women, I have my top 2, actually a match I'll have to briefly mention. 10, Mahiro Kiryu, breaking the list for the first time, I believe. 9, Yuki Kamiyu. 8, Momo Watanabe. 7, B. Priestley. 6, Rika Tatsumi. 5, Yuka. 4, Saya Kamitani. 3, Micah. Micah Style gets third place there. And then 2-1, Priscilla Kelly, Thunder Rosa, because they had a match on NWA Shockwave on YouTube that just came out. So it was a briefly shown pay-per-view match that you had to pay like $20 for. Now it's free on YouTube, and I saw this match. It's 20 minutes of them kicking the shit out of each other, strong style. Priscilla Kelly has really improved since the last time I saw her wrestle in January. And Thunder Rosa has also really improved over the last couple of years. This was what I think Western women's wrestling should be and could be. This was a great example of it. This is the kind of wrestling I want to see more of in the West. If you're not going to do the Joshi style, this is what you need to do. So, it's free on YouTube. Go out of your way take my word for it. It's probably the best Western women's match of the year. There you go.
I would have Momo above Bea Priestley, but that's because Momo's been in a lot of tag matches where she's been the winner.
Well, Bea Priestley has been in more singles matches, buddy.
Hey, Momo's been in a few singles matches. She beat she beat Mina Shirakawa. She beat your favorite.
Ooh. My favorite's Micah, so maybe her third place is biased for the Micah style, but I will not admit to such a thing. For all you know, I could have put Mayumi Ozaki there. I'm sure she's had a match at one point in time. How do you like them? How do you like that debate argument?
Your Ozaki bait isn't catching anything. How dare you?
So
take her and her vanity project somewhere else.
I will have the updated rankings on the blog, redleafretrocast.blogspot.com. Nice little excerpt written there. And big announcement for all those that are still listening. If you want a full massive breakdown of the wrestler rankings, the culmination of the spreadsheet, all in a podcast episode, and the top 50 tag matches of the year, there will be 3 rankings episodes coming out on the Patreon, which will launch in 2021. On the $5 tier, Kay and I will be here to break it all down, and we'll even have my mom breaking down her wrestlers of the year and her favorite matches. We'll get a top 10 from her. Got the whole spreadsheet written over the course of the year. Been really fun. Hope you all look forward to that. And if you're just interested in seeing who placed where, hey, it's free on the blog. How about that, Kay? Good announcement?
Good announcement.
That's Patreon Red Leaf Retrocast. There you go. This was episode 71 of the Red Leaf Retrocast. Winter is final. See you next time.
See ya.